You are looking live at Side Pockets, Blue Springs, Missouri, with Ultimate Pool's USA Kansas City Open. Ordinarily, this town is the home of the Chiefs. This weekend, it's the home of Ultimate Pool USA. So many brilliant players are here this weekend, and one of them will lift the big grand title. A very good morning to you. My name is Stephen Jameson. His name is Stephen Wyatt. Stephen, pleasure to have you with us this morning. We'll talk more about the Kansas City Open throughout this weekend, but right here we're here for one thing and one thing only, and that's a shootout. Kansas City, we ready? Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, I tell you what, for 11 o'clock in the morning, we'll take that. We're going to ramp the atmosphere up through the day. How excited are we for the shootout?
Oh, there's so many good matchups. The format is so exciting, and it's something that you just don't see here in the U.S. well until now. So with the players that we have and the format and the drama, the excitement is just ramped up, and I'm ready to go.
Yeah, me too. It's if you've never seen shootout pool before, you're in for a real treat. We take 16 of the very best players from anywhere in the world. We've got plenty of Americans on show. We've got a few from my area of the world as well who will be out to make a bit of a statement on US shores. But we put these players under pressure. That is what shootout pool is all about. This game is hard. We're playing 8 ball. It's a difficult game at the best of times. But when we put you on a 15-second shot clock, when the match clocks are razor tight, we are putting these players under pressure right from the gun.
That, and you have Americans who may not have played under a 15-second shot clock, and you have some that were in Louisiana that are somewhat used to it, but it's still new, and it's just a different type of pressure. The pressure is so unique in this arena, and it's going to make for some fireworks. We're a little late for 4th of July, but there's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Now, we should point out that we have a match clock. That's something quite unique. That's the Ultimate Pool's calling card, really, wherever they are in the world. We put these players under a timer. 30 minutes for the shootout today. And if the scores are level at 30 minutes, well, we need a way to separate these players. Who goes through the bracket? We've got a way. It's a 6-ball shootout. We saw a couple in Louisiana, and if you've never seen a 6-ball shootout before, this is serious fun. Murder to play, great to watch.
The 6-ball shootout is so unique, and it brings something that, again, that we don't see very often. And honestly, it's just fun to watch players run around the table knowing that the pressure is so high for the match.
I mean, you're a fabulous player in your own right, Stephen, but how much would you not want to play a shootout in these conditions of 6 red?
None. None.
And that's what it's all about. We put these players, make them uncomfortable, but pressure makes diamonds. We see some fabulous performances. We saw it in Louisiana. Darren Appleton took down that shootout trophy. Who are some names that you're looking forward to see before we see the bracket, and who's got each other?
Being that we're in Kansas City, the names Dave Matlock, Justin Bergman, Arkansas's Ryan Robinson, Tyler Styer. There's so many names. Chris Melling. It's too many to count. There's 16 great players, and none of them play bad.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. So let's take a look at the bracket. This is who is playing each other, and there are some brilliant matchups. We start with a really good one as well. Tyler Styer versus Eric Picar is a great matchup. The players are already in the arena, itching to get underway. But what are the ties that jump out of the bracket for you there, Stephen?
So really, one of the ones that jumps out for me is going to be the young gun, Sam Henderson, and he's playing Cleave Thompson, who came out and gave an immaculate showing against Tyler Styer in the first shootout. Sam may not have played this, Cleave has, but he shoots so good. I'm excited to see how the young gun does.
And for me, one that immediately jumps out the page there is Jordan Shepherd against Mike Banks Jr. Now, Jordan Shepherd is the shootout king back home. That's what we call him. We did these shootouts a lot a few years ago. And when it comes to Jordan Shepherd, he's one of the quickest players anywhere in the world. He thinks so fast, and he's brilliant when he's at the table. But this is new to him. American-sized balls, American tables. This is a brand new experience for him. How much can Mike Banks lean on that? It's going to be a firework match.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Mike Banks is a great player, and he's not slow. So he does have the ability to get around the table. Now, whether the 15-second shot clock, if it comes into play, is going to be a huge factor, only time will tell on that one.
Only time will tell. Are we ready for our first match, Kansas City? Yeah. I think so. So let's get it on. When we come back from these ad breaks, the Kansas City Shootout gets underway with Tyler Styer versus Eric Picar. Happy days. Good luck, boys.
Thank you, sir.
A very good morning, USA. That right there is Tyler Styer, one of the finest players in the world, and a shootout veteran, having completed one in Louisiana, where he did look very, very good indeed. He takes on Eric Picar. First up here in Kansas City, Stephen Jameson and Stephen Wyatt with you. Two Stephens, two nations. Both massive pool fans, and that is what it's all about with Ultimate Pool USA. And we're here to bring the fun, Steve, because the shootout, whilst it's a serious event, make no mistake, this is a title to be won with a decent cash prize on it as well. But the shootout is fun. Might not be for the players, but goodness, it's fun for us.
Oh, it's fun for me. That's absolutely correct. The drama of the shot clock and the match clock and everything involved. This is what I want to watch pool all the time now.
Tyler's made a ball first up. We are playing some 8-ball. Pick your suit. Solids or stripes. Pull the 8-ball, win the frame.
He's got a little bit of an issue here with the 11 and the 2. Doesn't make things easy. I'm not sure we're going to get the break and dish, break and run that you see Tyler do so much, because the 2-ball is just a little stuck.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. This is the very first match of the entire weekend here in Kansas City, and we'll have plenty of matches on this table, but right now this is brand new. No one really knows how it's going to play, how quick it is, how the pockets are playing. And Tyler is naturally pretty aggressive. He needs to find a way to break out that 2-ball though. It might go as a 3-ball plan, but I don't think he's got any ball to work that, so have to move it out at some stage, you'd imagine, and he had to turn that one in.
Yeah, and this table is very quick, and the pockets are not they're not huge, so it does take some finesse to pocket the balls on here. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. He may be going for the 2-ball here. Oh,
good news, bad news. 2 balls out, the 8-ball still remains a small problem.
and I'm not sure if he has a shot on the 8-ball right now. I don't think it banks into the top right corner. So realistically, he may have to work for another bump on that, which it shouldn't be too difficult with where he's at on the table.
Tyler's in some fantastic form at the moment. A couple of big titles recently.
And we can't downplay the fact that he was the runner-up in the Open event in Louisiana. Played immaculate against Chris Melling in the finals.
Yeah, did not do a whole lot wrong to end up on the losing side of that one. And the bank is no good.
Just a little shy there. And our first look at Eric Picar. I'm not extremely familiar with him, but I know that he's got to be a decent shooter. And we're going to see just how good he is.
Well, that's the thing with the shootout. It can make superstars. It puts the top players under so much pressure. That's a lovely shot first up. Confidence booster for Eric.
And now with the 8-ball out in the open, this is run-out pool now. You cannot afford to make a mistake.
Well, this is a dream scenario, isn't it, for Eric? He'd have woken up this morning. He knows he's playing Tyler Styer. He knows he's in for a big match. First up on the stream table here in Kansas City. What you want in your first frame is exactly this.
And that's a type of pressure in itself, knowing that you're the first one. It can be very daunting for a player. I wouldn't want to go first.
Yeah, that right there wasn't the greatest shot that Eric's ever played. But
the good news is
still
here,
okay.
With the 10-ball where it is, he has a little bit of an insurance policy with all the balls being down there. He can just kind of work them smoothly and get back up to that 11 right before he goes for the 8. So it should be good here.
Wow.
Well, that one, maybe a little bit of nerves there.
I mean, that is. Let's be clear. That is a terrible miss. I mean, it came out of nowhere.
And the thing about it is, these pockets, because of the table that we're looking at, you think, oh, the pockets may be big, but they're just not. They are smaller, and the balls don't have to go. And Eric just wasn't. Maybe he just lost his concentration.
Tyler Styer knocks in the 8 ball, so second visit clearance from Tyler.
And Tyler with the rough start, with the balls being tied up. It definitely was rough on him to get the breakout and all that. And Eric had an opportunity and just unable to capitalize on that opportunity. He's going to be begging for another shot at that one because he knows that that was simply a fluke of a miss.
Yeah, and you can see, how confident Tyler is, obviously, at the moment. To take on that finish as it was a statement of intent. He leads by 1 frame to 0. So race to 6, should we get there. 30 minutes already ticking down on the match clock there. We're at under 25. Keep an eye on that as things go. Eric's made a ball, and he has first opportunity in rack number 2.
And you're right, Steve. You're gonna have guys. You want to watch that clock, because when it does get down to that 10-minute mark, the shot clock is simply going to go down to 15. So you're getting half the time available to you, and it definitely makes things very, very interesting.
And you can see right there how those pockets are playing. That right there was a little insight. It's almost like the jaws are playing quite hard.
Yeah, the opening of the pocket is a little tighter, and you do have to be precise. Look at this shot, able to get shape on the 12 ball. Phenomenal play there, and a little bit of appreciation from the crowd there. Well deserved. Just taking his time here.
Time is not something you have a lot of in the shootout. That shot clock comes sharp, and it will only get sharper as we go deeper into the match, and the 15-second shot clock is introduced right at the crunch end of the match.
Now talk to me a little bit about this, Steve, because I know you have experience with this. Players have 1 30-second extension per rack.
Yeah, you get an extension every single rack. Using it is pretty important, I would say. Oh, he's a long way short here. Come back to that in a second.
Now there may be not necessarily a offensive shot here, but I really like playing the 13 into the rail and letting it just move the 3 ball out of the pocket and blocking a pocket with your ball.
I think he has to go for this. I think he has to find a way to move this towards the pocket. He's playing the cut.
The time is running.
Yeah, that was available. But it's the second frame in a row where Eric has had a presentable opportunity and has actually done all the hard work, only to sort of fail at a shot that, with all the evidence that we've seen prior, didn't look like it was a shot that he was going to fail at. We had the really jarring miss in frame 1. That positional shot was not difficult. He was just 2 feet short.
And Tyler there, not really being offensive, just trying to maneuver his balls around a little bit so he can get a better shot on the 2 and the 5. The pressure that Eric's feeling has got to just be, I mean, some people deal with it differently, but it's got to be tough.
Yeah, of course. I think it's a brave shot from Tyler. It may well be the percentage play, but giving your opponent full sight of a ball is always laced with a little bit of jeopardy. Off the rail and off the 5 maybe here. Goes for the cut. 8 ball flying around. He's had a bit of a result. He's had a little bit of a result. International 8 ball rules we are playing here this weekend. That's not a foul, just lost turn. Played a legal shot in making his opponent's ball, so we just continue.
And he came out really well with where the 8 ball landed.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a result. And that was what I mean with Tyler's shot that he played there. May well be the percentage play, but when you give your opponent full sight of a ball, you know they're going to change the way the table looks, and it's almost like he gambled on getting a nice card at the blackjack, and it just came up a little bit high. It's made the situation worse.
Yeah, and he's definitely in a situation here, and there are no jump cues allowed in international 8 ball rules, so he is going to have to use the art of the kick. He's going to give up ball in hand. Tyler is going to look to be offensive here, and Tyler seems to kind of just be playing this as smooth and stress-free as possible, but again, that time is running down. You don't want to get into a situation where maybe you don't have as big of a lead as you could have. Anything can happen in these shootouts.
Anything. Anything indeed. That 8 ball looked a little bit close for a second, but Tyler's good here. Under 20 minutes to go in this 30-minute matchup.
And the crowd here at Side Pocket Blue Springs, Kansas City, Missouri, is ramped up and ready to go for this event. There's so many people watching around the table. It's very exciting.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's 11:20 a.m. on a Friday, and this is great to see so many people in already. It's only going to get better through the day as well when we get into the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the final later on tonight.
So much action coming up today on our Friday of Ultimate Pool USA's Kansas City Open event. The shootout is it's definitely a fan favorite because it is so very fast-paced.
Yeah, and worth pointing out that the Open event that's coming up later on this weekend, played on the Saturday and the Sunday, is not played to this format. This is a very unique format, the shootout. The Open event is a little bit more for the purists, for the originals. We won't put them under such harsh clock conditions.
There are some advantageous rules to the shootout. Something that's not in the Open is we do have the opportunity for a golden break.
Yes.
In the shootout format. Also the golden duck, scratching on the 8 ball and making it on the break. Very, very unique to the format of the shootout. So it's going to be exciting to see if we get those.
Cue ball, Tyler. Cue ball. I mean, that's crazy.
I feel like I just willed that into fruition. Oh, no.
What a way to win your first frame, Eric Picar. But I will say, whilst we were sort of running through the day and the weekend, and Tyler was sort of getting through the finish, there was definitely signs that he wasn't 100% on that finish. He was having to work a little bit harder than I think he would have liked. He finished pretty straight on his last ball to land on the 8. Manufactured it pretty well, but I mean, for a player of Tyler's level, that is a cardinal sin to go off from there.
Well, it's a little hard to use the word when you're talking about Tyler Styer, but the word carelessness comes to mind. It was just a little lackluster. He just didn't put his full effort into it, and we've seen him do amazing things on the table, so maybe he's just a little bit too relaxed.
He does look very relaxed out there, doesn't he? He looks very calm and composed, and that might change throughout the day. I suspect it will.
And the fact that we're almost at the halfway point of this match, and the score is now tied 1-1. Tyler did get a decent break. He's got balls down. just a good decision here can put him in the lead 2-1.
Yeah, and we talked about the extensions earlier, Steve. You know, I like what Tyler's chosen to do here. A lot of the best players do this, where they'll take their extension first shot, survey the table, map the route. That's a route for those in the US.
Now Tyler just did something there that I'm kind of surprised about. He actually went for the stripes. Other than the 3-ball, I felt like the solids might be better, but he's at the table. He knows what he's looking at. He didn't get a good result for the 12 or the 9-ball.
Yeah, I wonder if the 5 at the bottom was maybe a bit tighter. Yeah, the fact that he's played into that must have been tight. But how's he landed here? He's only got the plant. This is... Well, Eric Picar is 1-1 here, despite making 2 massive mistakes and not putting an 8-ball of his own. And look, Tyler's a world-class player, make no mistake. But in the first round here, in the first match of the day, I would suggest it to you that this is the best possible time to play him. When he's cold, when the table feels brand new and fresh.
And that's an advantage that Eric is going to get just for being in the position that he's in, is he is first to the table. He is the first one to get some balls down on the table along with Tyler. So he's got that super fresh table to play on. The balls are clean. The morning is early. And there's so many good matchups coming up.
Oh, there's plenty. There's plenty. I'll show you the bracket at the end of this frame, what you've got to look forward to.
And that was a very good shot there by Tyler. He's just going to want to play the 10 to the side. Doesn't have to use a ton of speed.
Which is a good job, really.
Make the ball. And you've got the 8 in the top right corner.
Yeah, smooth. Bit more like it, I think it's safe to say, from Tyler Styer.
Well, and if there's a situation where Tyler maybe needed to calm down a little bit after that last one, this was that situation, and he's come back pretty well from it. 2-1, leading Eric Picar just under halfway on this race to 6. The match clock at 14 minutes and some change. We are rocking and rolling at the Kansas City Open.
Yeah, already halfway through the match clock in our first match, and the Wisconsin native is sitting a little bit more comfortably after that rack.
And Eric didn't get an opportunity at the table that time. He's got to feel extremely fortunate, and maybe some of those nerves have rubbed off from when he was able to snag that rack with the scratch on the 8 from Tyler. So maybe we'll see a different Eric Picar here. Big break coming up. Ball down. Cue ball stays up. Very open table. This might be the satellite break of what you want every single time. No, and if you ever wanted an opportunity to just break and run, the easiest run you can get, he's definitely got it here. He just needs to stay focused. If he can do that, he's got a very nice run out here.
Yeah, just about keeping that concentration. The 2 visits to the table Eric has had so far, he's played well. But in each visit, he has made one jarring mistake. It's cost him 2 frames.
And this is such a big game right now, tying it up 2-2 against Tyler, when it should be realistically 3-0. Good shot there. Depending on the speed of the table, he should just be able to float the 15 into the side pocket and either just roll up for the 12, or he could go all the way to the top rail. And he's got that insurance policy of the 10 ball sitting close to the side pocket. I think he got a little in between there, but he's got a shot on the 12 in the other side pocket, so this is good. Just make the ball. Very nice there. 1 8-ball away from tying the score with the baby-faced assassin Tyler Styer. And there it is.
Well, that will be a nerve settler.
Yeah, and Tyler maybe not feeling as comfortable. I'm sure Eric's feeling great right now. Tyler's knows the situation that he's in and knows that maybe the score should not be what it is right now. Our referee, Mr. Scott Price, doing a phenomenal job as always.
Yeah, one of the best in the business. There's no nonsense. Scotty P. Tyler on the break, cut break. And it's come out pretty good. Not a load to look at with his first shot though.
Ball down. The 4 ball does cut in the side. The 3 in the corner, but being over that 8 ball, he may opt to go for the 3 if he chooses to go with the solids. I think he will.
We could go to the 6 as well, bottom of the table. I think that's clear. We can get to the middle of the cue ball here on the 3, which helps. If he was hampered there, that becomes a much tougher shot, but as you can see, that's pretty straightforward.
And this is a pretty tic-tac-toe run out is what we call them, Steve. Just touch the ball, see the next one. We are playing all ball fouls with the international 8-ball rule set. So players will be mindful of their shirts, their fingers, making sure they don't touch a ball because it is a ball in hand foul. Tyler looking at where he wants to be for the 5 ball, just wants to draw back a little bit, get just a little bit of an angle, I think. Just so he can shoot the 7, stop it, and shoot the 8 ball. That's the ideal path for Tyler, I believe, here. Keep it simple. Very, very smooth there. And look at this. This is perfect timing. We have just dipped under the 10-minute mark as Tyler shoots this 8 ball. And now the pressure for Eric Picar is on big time because at the break, we are now on a 15-second shot clock. This is where it gets interesting, Steve. I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, and this is where it does become particularly interesting to watch the shootout. Only 1 frame in it. Nice 8 ball from Tyler. Only 1 frame in it, 15 seconds a shot, mistakes are going to happen here. Don't be under any illusions. It's not a case of, oh, this puts the best players under pressure and can they, play flawless? They won't. It's just not possible sometimes. This is where the game can change.
Well, and just right after the break, do yourself a favor. Count to 15 while you're analyzing the balls and see how difficult it is to decide what you want to do in 15 seconds. The time would start now.
You don't get long. You really do not get long. This is where the use of the extension is important. And Eric has shown us in this game that he's a little bit more steady than Tyler. We've heard the beeps on 30 seconds more for Eric than we have on Tyler's side of the arena. But get used to that sound, because you will hear them on 15 seconds.
You will.
There's not many players who can play without on a 10-second shot clock.
And you can physically see Eric here picking up the pace. He knows he doesn't have a ton of time to think about things. And he's managing it quite well right now. Opportunity to tie it up 3-3 if he can just get through these balls. 13 in the side. Leaves himself beautiful for the 14. He just needs a good angle to be straight on that 15 ball. And he has an option of how he wants to do it, whether he wants to go forwards or backwards.
Oh, he's played that really well.
And the crowd appreciates it here in Kansas City, Missouri. They know when they're seeing something done well, and Eric's doing that really well. He doesn't have a ton of time. I believe he may have taken his extension here just to give himself a little bit of breathing room.
Anytime you can get breathing room on a 15-second shot clock, you'll take it. Oh,
The throw.
Yeah, had to play that with a lot of sides just to roll through down the rail. And yeah, you called it straight away. Those sorts of shots can make players look very, very bad very easily.
And because he did have a little bit more angle, he also seems like he may have gotten a little quick on the hit there. Just wasn't comfortable.
So it is advantage Styer. 2-frame lead available to him should he take these out.
And if he chooses to do so right here, he can actually move that 5 ball. Oh, he's actually just going to play it soft and play for the shape. I don't have that kind of finesse, but Tyler Styer definitely does.
Yeah, that's nice.
What a good play there by Tyler. And he's using all of this 15 seconds because he does know that the clock is winding down. If he can manage to win this rack, put a 2-game gap in between him and Eric Picar, he's going to be favored to win this. Just a little over 6 minutes left in this match.
Really like the way that Tyler has taken these through. He's warmed up through this match.
Yeah, a little shaky in the first 2 racks. Missed a weird ball. Just didn't look 100% comfortable, but now he's just flying.
A little bit interested to see that he didn't use the clock a little there on that 8 ball. It was unmissable for a player of Tyler's level. And I just wondered if we might run a little bit of clock.
Well,
this is the miss. You can see here the side that he's playing on the ball just completely throws it, and he ends up overcutting it by what, a couple of inches, maybe more.
Yeah, that was very brutal. And Tyler here does have experience with that shot clock. He was in one of the most nail-biting moments of the Louisiana Open with him and Roberto Gomez coming down to the absolute wire in that match.
Yeah, it was a fun one.
And of course, the shootout, Cleave, Thompson, and Tyler Styer put on an absolute clinic. That was an incredible match. We're going to see so much of that in this shootout format, as well as in the Open.
The breaking has been good in this match. Every break has been good. Made a ball, kept the white on the table.
And the layout here is very, very favorable.
Yeah, this match is not over yet. Shootout pool can change very, very quickly. But win this frame. And Tyler goes to the hill, but a 3-frame lead at this stage in the match would probably be enough for him anyway.
Yeah, and with the golden break and the golden duck in play in the shootout format, things can indeed change very quickly. And that may be what Eric's going to need here after this one.
Really like the way that Tyler's gone about this visit.
Very smart shot there, knowing the angle was very straight into the side. Didn't have the angle to get back on the 6 of the 2 very well. So a lot of players will shoot that and try to force something, and Tyler, using his wealth of knowledge, to just simply shoot the ball in the other corner. This is a little tricky here.
Yeah, he's got to find a gap, hasn't he?
Touch of a side pocket shot. Clock's ticking. Cue ball's going to be moving a little bit. Wow.
Oh, how well executed is that?
Hey, don't get much better than that, Steve.
On a dime from Tyler Styer. And that is a pretty perfect 8-ball frame. And even a smile on the face as well. It's not often players get to really enjoy the shootout. They're put under so much pressure right from the gun here, but Tyler can breathe a little easy. He's got a 3-frame lead. Match isn't done just yet. It can change.
So looking at this is beautiful here, this bracket. David Matlock and Ryan Robinson. That's going to be an incredible match. A local favorite, Chase Stumfall, versus the magician, Chris Melling. Justin Bergman versus Del Sim, Sam Henderson versus Cleave Thompson, all on one side of the bracket. And over on the other side with Tyler and Eric, Shane Thompson, Ricky Evans, Jordan Shepard, Mike Banks Jr., and Gabe Owen and Blake Baker. Tons of action in this shootout. I can't express how excited I am because there's so many good matches. I cannot wait to watch them all.
It certainly is. Eric Picar, though, has to fly here. No golden break for him. So this one needs to be a very, very quick visit. He'll need another one of those. And then probably a golden break as well to get back level.
And look at this pace. He is flying around the table. No time to think. Just shoot the ball. Quick rack here. Eric just needs one ball to get it down.
To be honest, this is exactly what he needed.
Smart shot. Wow, what a clearance.
Yeah, Eric Picar on with his turbocharger on. That was pacey.
We weren't even done running down the bracket and Eric was already running out.
That was just what he needed. So that visit there from Eric just puts a little bit on this Tyler Styer break. He has been breaking beautifully, as Tyler. Both players have, in fact.
And it's what we talked about. It can change so fast. Eric looking a little shaky in those first games. He absolutely destroyed that rack probably in less than a minute and a half.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it was might have even been less than a minute. That was quick. So Tyler Styer here is still feeling pretty good. He knows that if he makes a ball, the match is really in his hands. Just keep himself at the table, and that will take Eric out of the running, really. He's on the hill, remember, race to 6. But he also wins if we get to 0 on the match clock and the score remains in his favour. 2 minutes.
Ball.
Well, that'll do it.
On the break. Golden break.
That will do it. Tyler Styer ends it in style. I don't think he can quite believe that's how it ended. But a golden break from Tyler ends the match. Oh. Eric looks like he's surprised at that information. But that is that. A 6-frame-to-3 victory. And Tyler Styer wins it in the grand manner with a golden break.
Well, we talked about excitement, all the things that can happen in this shootout format. We've seen a gambit of it all right here. Tyler Styer, 8-ball on the break, takes the match down. This is incredible.
Yeah, fantastic from Tyler Styer. And do stay with us. We'll hear from the man in just a moment.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Hello and welcome back into the arena where we are joined by Tyler Styer, fresh of his golden break victory there in round number 1. You opened it up in Louisiana. It's never an easy thing to do, is play the very first match of the day. But here you are, you've won it again, and this time was a little bit more comfortable. No 6-ball shootouts needed.
Oh yeah, against Cleave, that was great. The first match, that was kind of crazy. But yeah, happy to get past the first one. You know, I usually have pretty good 8-ball patterns, a good break, so it's just getting used to the speed of the rails and the cloth, and just trying to get your cue ball down for, you know, the first couple of racks and hope you can keep with it, the rest of the match. So.
Yeah, and it looked like in the early frames, both you and Eric seemed to just be getting the lay of the land, so to speak, because there was some moments where it looked like you were quite surprised at where things had ended up.
Yeah. My first rack, I had the 8 tied up here, and then surprisingly he didn't run out after I missed my chance. So that kind of allowed me to get a little bit more comfortable and kind of get the speed of the table for the next game and just keep it going.
How big do you think the experience of doing it in Louisiana, you saw the shootout, you went well in it. Do you think that helped this morning?
Oh, 100%. And I've watched a little bit of YouTube of the guys in the UK playing as well, so it kind of gives you a feeling of what you have to do. But it's, even though you're like, okay, I know there's a 15-second shot clock, but you try to practice with it, but then when you get here, it's just like, oh snap! Like we gotta
you don't
go
have time
quick.
to think about the practice, do you? It just goes out the window.
Yeah, it's really fun format. I love it.
Yeah, well, that's what we like to hear, and we've got a different 16 here in Kansas City to the one that we saw in Louisiana. Are you going to stick around and be watching the rest of them play, or are you going to take your personal time and come out later on?
I'll definitely be watching on YouTube if I'm not in here. I'm going to go grab a bite to eat real quick. I play at 4 in the open event, and then I'll play again at 6 o'clock for my second round for the shootout. So I'll be watching whether I'm here or not, yeah.
That's what we like to hear. And what are you excited about for Kansas City? We've been talking ourselves, myself and Steve, about what we're excited about from a player's perspective, from an American player's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
What are you particularly excited about this weekend?
I mean, overall, this is my first time in Kansas City. When I flew in, the airport was super nice. The city seems really, really nice.
Yeah.
The people are cool. The pool room's great. The tables are playing good. So that's like the most important things for me is food's good, people are fun to be around, and the tables play good. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the week.
Awesome. Yeah, we're ticking off a lot of boxes here in Kansas City, folks. Well, Tyler, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll see you later on in the shootout.
Sure.
And Tyler's going to make his way off because we've got another game on the way for you as England takes on the USA next.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back, everybody. Very good morning. We are live in Kansas City, Missouri, more specifically at Side Pockets Blue Springs. The Kansas City Shootout. This right here is Shane Thompson versus Ricky Evans. Thompson from the UK. Ricky from the US. Almost ready to rumble then for game number 2. If you're just joining us, Tyler Styer safely through the first round of the shootout, coming over Eric Picar. The golden break to win it. 6-3 win for Tyler.
Yeah, and all the ups and downs in that match, a little shaky for both players. It was fun to watch. This is definitely going to keep the excitement going. Shane Thompson, the safe cracker, against a local champion, Ricky Evans.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one, this. Me being from over the pond, very, very familiar with Shane's work. A 5-time Ultimate Pool champion in the UK. Serious, heavy hitter. Very, very good at 8-ball. But this, of course, is a different game. All the equipment completely different. And Shane there originally put his hand up with a little gesture of politeness for the cue ball being saved from being scratched in the top left, and he got his justice anyway, because then it swiftly fell into the middle pocket. Have a watch of this. Gets saved there, hand goes up. Yep, fair enough. An honest reaction from the safe cracker. So first poke will go to Ricky Evans, and we were just having some fun in the break there, myself and Steve, because there will be some moments, guys, don't hate me too much, where I do fall into the trap of using some words that you won't be familiar with. Covering 8-ball pool over the Atlantic, we have our words, you have yours. I'm doing my best.
Hey, it's going to be a learning process for both of us. I tend to, especially prior to this, I would catch myself using those terms that maybe Americans don't know, a plant or a screwback, and it's just from being around it. So yeah, terminology a little different, but it all means the same thing when it comes to this. Ricky Evans here, as he looks at the table, I do love the little bit of banter though. It's great working with somebody who has an accent that's a little different than mine. And Ricky here, not sure what he's playing for afterwards. This is going to get tough. And now he's left with what's going to be a tough bank shot or a very, very steep cut. It's not impossible. And there's a little bit of a play here because he has the opportunity to run into the 15 and change things up a little bit, just like that. Just needs a good roll. 10 ball in the side available.
I think he'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, he doesn't quite have the angle for the easy shape on the 15. He'd love to be a little bit further down to just roll up, but it's not meant to be on this shape. He's under. He's going to have to do something a little extra with the cue ball. It's always risky in these situations.
Oh, he's played that beautifully. Really nice shot.
With a little risk comes a little reward here. Ricky Evans drawing first blood against Shane Thompson. Opening rack goes down for Ricky Evans. Ricky Evans, he's a former junior national champion. Very, very good player.
But his first experience in a shootout. And we will keep laboring that point because it is very, very different. As we take a look at the bracket here, winner of this one will meet Tyler Styer in the quarterfinal. We'll have Jordan Shepherd versus Mike Banks Jr. coming up next, followed by Gabriel Owen and Blake Baker. And then we'll head on to the other side of the bracket. David Matlock, Ryan Robinson, and a bit of a local derby. Chris Melling is in action, taking on Chase Stumfall. And then we round it out. Good to see the Iceberg in action here in Kansas City.
You know what I really like about this shootout lineup is the amount of young players. Sam Henderson, under 20. Ricky Evans, I believe he's under 25. So many. Chase Stumfall, under 25. Very, very strong shooters.
That is a break. I can't believe this is going to be the first dry break we're going to see today, because he hit that beautifully. That's rough.
Yeah, that's... You hit it that good, you just expect good fortune. But it doesn't have to be bad, because there are some problems here. Shane's not just going to get to run this out. He's going to have to work for it.
Yeah, and if you've never seen Shane Thompson play before, what really sets him apart in 8-ball in particular, he almost... Looks can be deceiving because Shane's a big guy. You'd think he might be a power player, you know, uses some plenty of Q power, but he's not. He's a really touchy player, little flicks and dips of side.
You know, I don't know exactly why they call him the safe cracker, but
I can tell you.
To touch on that, it feels like, again, the finesse, the precision.
Yep.
He has to be super precise to crack that safe, and he does a very good job of it.
Good way of looking at it. Yeah, he's a floaty cue ball sort of a player. Great to watch when he's in full float. But don't be surprised in the early frames, like we saw in match 1, if the players just take a minute, a couple of frames just to get themselves into the match, especially on trickier finishes.
Well, that was a great shot there. A little unfortunate with where the 8-ball landed. But again, solid contact and good movement out of the cue ball is going to put him in a position where he can make this 15 available to himself.
Yeah, he doesn't like it though. Safecracker nickname, by the way, I can tell you, comes from his cash game background. He was a prolific money player a few years ago, Shane Thompson, and his catchphrase, if he won said match, was open the safe. And eventually the name stuck.
I like it. I like it.
Big shot here.
That's a little tough. That's not what he wanted.
Yeah, he wants to be a little thicker with the contact on the 15. He can still play though. He's still got options here. It's just not easy. See that? Just would have loved that one ball just to catch the 15 a little thicker, separate it from the 4 at the bottom of the table.
And that's one thing that these guys that are more used to the shot clock, you'll see, they don't rush to get down and poke the ball. When those beeps come in, they set, they settle, and they let the time run, and they make sure that they get a smooth contact. That's something that maybe some of the Americans who haven't felt that pressure are going to struggle with.
Yeah, no surprise to see Shane eventually run aground. That felt like it was coming a couple of shots ago. But the one thing he has done is he's made it pretty difficult for Ricky. This is not an easy layout at all.
The 3-ball comes with an automatic breakout here, but I don't know if it's the shot that I would want to play, because I don't know what else I can do with the 4 and the 1. And just like that, so no shot on the 4-ball here, no great shot on the 1. This is going to be a safety situation. He's just going to play off the 4-ball, I think. But I'm no champion, but I do know a smart player when I see one. Ricky Evans there, just playing the numbers. knowing that Shane's going to have a tough shot on that 9 and no shot on the 15 right now.
Oh, that's a result.
Well, when you are nicknamed the Safe Cracker, you must have a little bit of fortune in your back pocket, because that right there is very, very fortunate for Shane Thompson, the way that ball laid up on the 6.
Yeah, he's not touching here as well. Must hit a cushion after contact here. So he's going to try and hide the cue ball using Shane's own ball here. And just plays the safe option, middle of the top rail, and asks the question. I think Shane fancies this.
It's kind of a free shot.
Well, he doesn't, but he sort of wastes his shot there.
I'm surprised he didn't go at that, because it is a little bit of a free shot. But he has his reasons, and he's definitely the pro, and I'm not, so I trust his ability over mine.
How are you feeling, Ricky? Uses extension. This feels like a big shot. He could go for these.
Ricky seems very comfortable with the shot clock.
For now.
His extension, yeah, for now. We are just over the 20-minute mark. Uh-oh. And that's not what he wanted at all. Not going to be happy with that. 9 ball sitting in the corner now. All Shane has to do is simply make the 15.
Yeah, that was I'm not sure, honestly, what. Well, surprised. Surprised. Shane happy to wait.
I'm not sure that was a smart move there.
No, it felt like everything was available for him.
This might come back to bite Shane.
Because the loss of turn is easy.
Right under the 4 ball. I don't know if he got it. It looks like he did.
It's tight.
Maybe just a kick and stick off the back rail, but there's no play there because the 5 is just an open ball in front of the pocket.
Oh, he could see the edge.
Wow.
I don't know if he had the potting angle. He's overcut that. That might have been all he could see. But Ricky Evans gets away with one. I must say I'm really surprised that Shane didn't go. I think you're right. He'll know better than us. He's at the table, but yeah, surprised to see him not go there. It felt like a pretty gettable chance in a frame that he's been behind in for a long time.
That, and it's also one of those things where if Shane's fortunate to win after this match, I want to know what his thinking was on that, just to pick his brain a little bit to see if he was just trying to bide his time or if he simply had a bad decision. Shane's a very, very smart guy. Haven't had the opportunity to talk with him a lot, and he is very, very smart when it comes to the table. But Ricky here, this is a big rack for Ricky Evans. If there was going to be a favorite in this shootout format, I have to believe Shane Thompson's in the top 4 of those favorites. And Ricky really has an opportunity here to change things around. It is the shootout. Anything can happen, as we saw in the last match.
Confident stroke from Ricky Evans. Nice. So 2-0, Ricky leads.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling good about that. And Shane Thompson maybe feeling a little bit of pressure. gonna be interesting to see how this plays out, because we are just under 18 minutes on the mark. So we have a very, very long ways to go left. However, in just 7 minutes, 8 minutes, that clock's going to dip down to a 15-second shot clock. It's going to get very, very interesting.
Yeah, I saw a few questions in our first matchup on a couple of our stream chats, asking about the clock and why it changes. The reason why it changes is because it's a shootout. That's the simple reason. The whole goal of the shootout is to try and force a result and put these players under the biggest time pressure that we can. It creates some fabulous entertainment. Shane Thompson disappointed, glares back at the table. Chance for Ricky Evans here to go 3-0 in front. What the 15-second shot clock often introduces is the possibility of a comeback as well. The last 10 minutes are played at a much quicker pace. We saw, didn't we, Eric Picar take out a finish that was about 45-50 seconds. Just put Tyler Styer under a little bit of pressure when it looked like Tyler couldn't lose. All of a sudden he thought, well, this next frame I've actually got to go and win.
Yeah, I mean, this format's the epitome of anything can happen. And when we say anything, it literally anything. Just changing the scores so quickly. The golden break, the golden duck, quick run-outs, easily missed balls when the pressure's on. That's the drama that the shootout format brings to Ultimate Pool USA.
Yeah, and you can just see there, good angles to see it on a couple of our close-up shots. That whilst we are playing on a valley table, which I'm led to believe, Stephen, comes with its reputations, but this main arena table is well, it's been custom built. It's got its little modifications. These pockets are playing tighter than the valley that you'll be used to playing on maybe around the country.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest about it. The valleys generally have larger pockets and accept a lot of balls that maybe wouldn't go on other tables. But here in this arena, this table does have very tight pockets. The rails are very quick. The bed is very quick. So when you have new cloth, slick felt, tight pockets, sometimes things go, and I think what we'll see here is during the shootout, you're going to see a lot of balls dip into the pocket. And by Sunday, when we're in the finals of the Open and the juniors and the women's, this table is going to be quite a bit tighter than it is today.
Ricky's played a good shot there. He didn't play a good one the shot before, left himself hampered. But he's right back into prime position here. Gets through the ball nicely, doesn't he?
He does, and this is big for Ricky. That rack just 3 minutes long, and very quickly Ricky Evans up 3-0 against the safecracker Shane Thompson. Shane, tons of experience in this format. Ricky Evans, not much other than these 3 racks, but he's showing that he can handle the pressure so far.
Yeah, Shane doesn't look too concerned. He knows things can change quickly. He's experienced that before.
Man,
but it's not in his hands now. He has to hope, and he has to wait for things to fall his way. Players don't generally like that in a game of that's often taken out of your control. Players want as much control as they possibly can.
Yeah, and just to touch on it a little bit, with Ultimate Pool USA League starting up, amateur players are getting a chance to play with that match clock format. It is a lot of fun. It's a different type of pressure than I've ever felt. So it is very, very interesting. But Ricky seems to be doing well.
He's changed his breakup actually. That was a different strike, and this one was even better than before. Look at this, right at the middle of the table, cue ball parked perfectly, very safe, loads of action, but no friends falling into those pockets. And Shane Thompson, if he needed a little bit of help, maybe has some, and it starts into the side pocket here at the 4.
And realistically, how many times can Ricky break like that and not make a ball?
You got to play the percentages right, but that's what we talk about. Pool players they're control freaks. They want to be able to hit the ball every single time, and have that confidence that when they hit the break great, that the ball's going to go.
Yeah.
But you don't have that. It's probably the only sport I can think of in the world where you can play absolutely flawlessly and still lose through no fault of your own.
Yeah, pool is very unique in that, and that's why, especially with these formats that Ultimate Pool USA runs for this Kansas City Open, it really is exciting.
How's this for a shot? Little flick, not quite.
Had a bad bump there. Not the bump he wanted. I think the play here is just to play safe. I don't mind this shot that Shane was looking at. We go into the 7, leave the cue ball tight. Just don't want to leave an easy shot on the 12 ball, and he's done pretty well on that. I do think that the 12 ball may carry him off the 9 ball. Just a little kiss off the 9 if he wanted to play. If he wanted to play offensive.
I think he has to play it hard though. May look a little wild. Not got a huge amount of time to think about it. Causes extension. We're 2.5 minutes away from introducing that 15-second shot clock.
That's when the intensity is going to get ramped up by quite a bit. And Ricky here seeing a little bit of smart play. He knows he has a lead. He knows the time is running out. Rather than try a flyer, I think he attempted to leave Shane tough, but
yeah, the issue was he actually played a really nice shot. He tied up the 8 ball, which I liked. Really, really nice. But the issue that he had is he left Shane the perfect angle to go into it immediately, and all of a sudden Shane's hard work is done, and this is a very, very presentable opportunity. That was probably maybe even the first mistake of Ricky Evans' match, really.
And isn't it funny how that works? He played a great shot, but he just left the one angle that made it super easy for Shane to get out of the situation.
Yeah, cue ball just needed a little bit more on it, but we're talking tiny, tiny margins.
And just some interesting fact information here. When the minute mark does go below 10, the shot that is on right then will continue with the 30-second shot clock. As soon as that shot is struck, we will drop to 15 seconds, and we're getting close to that mark now. It should happen sometime in the next rack. And that's when you're going to want to strap the seatbelt on, because it's 1-3. Ricky Evans has the lead, and it's going to be Shane Thompson breaking here. Shane's going to need a good one.
Safe cracker on the boards. He needed that. Needed that in a big way. And just monitoring our stream comments, because we're all about the interaction here. We're about that sense of community. Got a couple of questions. What is a golden duck? Well, golden duck is only in play today in the shootout. Worth pointing out, it's not a part of international 8-ball rules. It's a tournament-specific factor. Golden break is you make the 8-ball on the break, you win the frame. We saw Tyler Styer do that in the last frame of our first match. But you can golden duck as well. If you scratch the break and make the 8-ball, you will lose the frame. They are rare. We should point that out. They are very, very rare. But it does, just the knowledge of it existing just creates that little bit of extra jeopardy. Shane Thompson looking at the cut break, not been happy with what he's seen so far.
They are very rare, but they have happened, and they have happened at the costliest of times.
Yeah, they usually do. they have a funny knack for that.
And Shane here with the ball down just wants to work out what the best option for him is. The 14 and the 6 being tied up the way they are really makes things a little difficult. It's really going to come down to preference here, and I think he's going to move the 6 ball. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, you can see here that shot was all about the timing and the pace of his cue ball. Just allowed the spin to grip, dig into the cloth, and hook back into the cannon. Just checking my work here. Steve, cannon, is that US parlance?
Cannon, so that's going to be a carom or a kiss.
Okay. Every day's a school day for me.
The one that always gets me is plant, because when I think of a plant, I think of a ball planting off of another, like a carom or a cannon.
Okay.
But for you guys, a plant is just what we call a combination or a combo. And Shane not needing any of those crazy technical terms. He's just making balls and looking for the run out. He's really going to have to play this well. And we are down to the 15-second shot clock, so it is going very, very quickly now.
Yeah, the 15 seconds a shot is where I think Shane and the other non-American players here in this event will have an advantage. They have played on 15 seconds a shot a lot over the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, and Shane played that really, really well. And I think you're right. I think you're 100% right. I think the time makes Shane play very well. I think he's 100% comfortable with that shot clock and with the match clock.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, he can still catch a player like Shane Thompson out. Sometimes the balls and the layout dictate how difficult something is, and you need a minute, let alone 15 seconds. So that might happen every now and then. But what you get with Shane Thompson is a very, very solid player. Here he is, and from Taunton, that's near Bristol in the UK. 4 times an Ultimate Pool Pro Series champion.
And he just won. He turned to his 5th World Team Championship, correct? Just a couple months ago.
Yeah, correct. We had that in Blackpool.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, June that was. So it feels like a long time ago, but it was only 4 weeks. And yeah, part of the victorious England side.
And then also a 4-time European team champion. Shane accolades are just heavy, heavy, heavy. He is such a good player. But Ricky here, this is the most important rack of this set, of this match.
Yeah, agreed.
Ricky Evans needs a good break, and he needs a ball down to really get a strong position on this match.
3rd different break as well. He controls that cue ball so well off the break, you know. Gives a bit of a snarl at the table. Love to see the 4 ball is still spinning on its spot. But his cue ball off the break has been flawless, but he's just not been getting splits. And the one thing I would say is he'll be disappointed with this split. But actually, if you're in the lead and there's 8 minutes left on a 15-second shot clock, not a bad layout all of a sudden to come, because this frame might take a little bit of working out.
I would say this might be realistically what he wants, or what he can work with, because if he is able to slowly dissect this rack, maybe even throwing a few safeties here, he can really put Shane Thompson on the ropes.
Yeah, for me, we see this sort of situation play out a lot over in the UK. He needs to be close on his shot clock here. Just about got there. That was okay. I think you see a lot of players who are experienced in this format that have played the first shot, got themselves a ball, got themselves a suit to work with, and then they'd have pulled back immediately. Make the other player do the hard work for you. I think all that Ricky is in danger of doing is making the game easier for his opponent here, which is always the risk. Of course, he may go and get them.
Well, and guys, this is the part where I'm on the edge of my seat, and I literally, Steve can tell you, I'm on the edge of my seat because those beeps came in. Ricky did not have a ton of time. He was able to get the shot off, but now he is very conscious of that clock, so he's going to be speeding things up. This is where the action happens.
That's a pretty nice shot. He can get to the middle of the cue ball here on the 9.
And still taking the time to get a glance, but he's moving at a much faster pace.
I tell you what, this is some finish from Ricky Evans. This was not really on. He's gone about this beautifully.
He needs a good play on the cue ball here. He needs to just drift up table, not go too far. Oh, that was perfect.
Perfect. Well, this 8-ball for a 4-2 lead, 6 minutes to go. Ricky Evans stared this frame in the eye and said, you're not too tough. Bang.
Well, you said it earlier, pressure makes diamonds, and Ricky Evans is cutting his teeth with the safecracker Shane Thompson. He's got a huge lead, and now all the pressure is going to be on Shane. Shane absolutely needs a good break here.
That was a super visit to the table from Ricky Evans, and you can see he was pumped up a little bit there.
And Ricky, really? I mean, how many shots has he missed?
I don't think he's missed yet. I think he played the one bad safety shot, which let Shane in for a chance, which the safecracker took. But in open table, I mean, Ricky's been deadly. I've been really impressed.
This is an opportunity here for Ricky to really show what he can do, and against a player like Shane, it's not an easy obstacle. Ball down, table mostly open.
This is nice. This is really nice. He's going to go immediately for solids.
And guys, we touched on this before. The opportunity for a 6-ball shootout is in play in this shootout format. And we're getting to the range where something like that is very possible. If Shane were to get this rack out, and the next rack obviously being the tying rack, we're really in range for this as long as Shane's able to get out here. And it's all going to depend on the break on the next frame.
Yeah, this is... Shane knew as soon as he broke these open and looked at the layout, he knew. That's why you see the pace being picked up. This is a case of just making sure. Picked his pattern early, ran through it. Didn't need to walk around the table double checking his lines. They were all fairly routine. That's a rapid clearance from Shane Thompson. He's back within 1. We've got a shade under 4.5 minutes to play in this match. And that 6-ball shootout is certainly in play here. Remember, if the scores are tied when the clock strikes midnight in this match, we go all the way and we'll separate the two with a 6-ball shootout. What happens there? 6 balls popped in the triangle area. Quickest time wins.
Shane Thompson, one of only 3 shootouts in Louisiana at our inaugural event, was able to best Corey Duel in a shootout. So he's definitely not intimidated by the 6-ball shootout. Now, Ricky Evans, for as much as we've seen of him, I don't know what to expect, but I feel like he would be prepared.
I've been, as I say, I said it a little bit earlier, I've been so impressed with Ricky. Strikes the cue ball beautifully, has a real nice pace about him around the table. Don't think he'll be intimidated by a 6-ball. Again, favouring this cut break.
A ball down would be good for Ricky.
Well, the fact that Ricky's still leading in this match, despite the fact that he's had 1 successful break from 4, is impressive. The break has not been his friend in this game at all. And Shane Thompson, with a touch over 4 minutes remaining, can tie the game here at 4 each. And he's got a good chance.
With this amount of time left in the match, too, the 6-ball shootout doesn't have to happen. Shane, if he can clear this table up with 2.5 minutes left on the table, he could very well break, make a ball, and run out with ease.
It will be a consideration for sure, especially when Shane can survey the table here and think, right, this is my key shot, land on this 7 here, how I want to, and this is done. This right here, this little link between the 7 and the 5, get this right, and you can fly through the rest of the balls and give yourself a break and a chance to go and win the match.
Yeah, key shot there, and he hit it great. The crowd, again, knows that they're seeing good pool here. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time in Kansas City so far, and we're really just getting started.
Yeah, that's the exciting thing.
A little shy on that, but Shane's not going to let that mess with him. He just needs to take his time, shoot the ball, tie it up. We're going to be right around the 2-minute and 50-second range.
Yeah, and it goes, and the clock is going to stop at 2:46. So the clock does stop for the racking of the balls. Our referee here, Daryl Hibbard, is pretty good, and he's pretty quick as well. As we see the key shot there from Shane to break out those solids on the right rail, but just enables our referees to just make sure that they're not under time pressure as well. The referees are there to referee. You don't need to put them under the pump as well.
Well, and, you know, it can be tough because the action is so fast-paced. The referees do have to be on top of it. I love just a minute ago, we are playing all ball fouls, and you saw our referee lean down to make sure he could see, is that shirt touching the ball? No, we're good. These guys go above and beyond, our referee staff. They are incredible, and incredible is what we have an opportunity for here. A great match. It is tied, and we are really about to ramp it up.
So 4 each, 2 minutes and 40 seconds to play. Strap in. 8 ball on the move. Wants any ball, wants any ball. What a time to break dry, and you can see the frustration etched on every single sinew of Shane Thompson's body.
Now let's look at this. Let's analyze this. We have 15 seconds a shot. Ricky needs to take a shot here quickly. However, 15 seconds a shot. There are 8 balls that he has to make. He can dwindle this clock down to where it is almost impossible for Shane to win.
And because it's Shane's break as well, Ricky has a big advantage here. Because if he can get this clock down to below 30 seconds, below what would be seen as a sort of record-breaking clearance, he knows he's got the break. So there's no danger here of, say, if, for example, this was Ricky's break, and he cleans them up, Shane's going to have a chance at a golden break. He won't. Ricky has the match in his hands here.
Oh, and this is the opportunity here. Oh, no. That's gotten a little rough. Ricky Evans has not missed a single intended shot at this point, as far as I'm aware. And this is really where it counts.
Oh, how's your cue ball? Has he hit the gap? I think so.
He's got the 14 in the corner, but it's very touchy for the 13 to go in that bottom left-hand pocket. I think he's going to have to draw back. Time is at 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, and we can't be too critical here of Ricky. It's the first time he's ever played this format. And there you go. Now he gets time to think. Now he's got 2 shots, and it's there for him. Just takes that extension. Yeah, he could do, and that might be a missed trick. Pot's clean. 8 ball is there.
Take all your 15 seconds here, Ricky. That's the play.
So when will that clock stop? Ricky Evans goes into the lead, and he is going to leave 35 seconds, I believe. A dry break here gives Shane Thompson 34 seconds, I can tell you. There we go. 34 seconds to potentially counter clear. Now let me hit you with a number, and it's 27 seconds. That is the fastest ever recorded reverse clearance in Ultimate Pool history. It was done by a young man by the name of Liam White a few years ago in the Ultimate Pool Pro Cup in the UK.
And that is the fastest time ever recorded in an event, or in
on
TV?
In a televised event, yeah.
Okay.
So
it's not out of range.
It's not out of range.
A ball down cements this
ball
match.
Down, it's over. This is the game right here for Ricky Evans. Make a ball and the game is done.
And you may even see Shane Thompson extend a hand if a ball goes down. Shane's got his cue ready. He's coming to the table.
30 seconds then, Shane.
The
Time to dance.
the solids are open. Oh, the 6 ball was moving.
Oh, the 6 was still spinning. So that's going to be the foul. That's tough for Shane. That really is.
That is so unfortunate here. The 6 ball still spinning, and Shane, as soon as he struck the cue ball, our referee calls the foul.
Yeah, Ricky doesn't need to get too fancy here. Pot a ball and the game is done. And what a performance from Ricky Evans in his first ever shootout experience. He gets a victory and goes into the quarterfinal where he'll face Tyler Styer later on tonight. But that was a really impressive performance from Ricky.
He didn't miss a ball. What an incredible showing for Ricky Evans here. Shane Thompson with just a very unfortunate ordeal. Ricky Evans must be on top of the world. I'm sure we're going to get a word from him here in just a minute.
Yeah, stay with us. Ricky Evans with us next.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Mike Johnson, Carpet Direct, Windows, Floors, and Decor, KC. We're here fitting the carpet for the Kansas City Open here at Side Pockets, Blue Springs. Wish everybody to have a good time and good luck.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back into the arena here where Ricky Evans has dusted off his shoes after sprinting around the table in the final 10 minutes with a big win. Ricky, congratulations first of all.
Thank you so much.
How pleased were you with the performance? Because me and Steve in the box there we were full of praise. It was a performance that you could really be proud of.
Yeah, I'm definitely proud of how I played because I'm not used to playing this format. I usually practice on 9 foot, so going from a bar box isn't that big of an issue for me. It's more of just handling the pressure and, getting the opportunities and taking advantage of them.
Yeah.
So I had a lot of good opportunities that I was able to, got a couple fortunate rolls and I rolled with it.
Yeah, well, I wanted to extend a hand of condolence because you say you had a lot of good opportunities. That break was hit beautifully, but you were getting no run with it at all. It must have been frustrating.
Well, the angles are working over there, but I don't know if it's the gray cloth or maybe slightly newer. It's not as wore in, but the break didn't work over here, so I'll have to try a couple more breaks to have in my arsenal. But yeah, I was moving all over trying to find something. I thought that I might lose the match because of that, really.
There was one moment in the match which felt pivotal. Shane came back at you, and in that 15 seconds of shot, you finally made a ball on the break.
Right.
But the split was pretty horrible. It was tight.
Yeah, I was like, what happened? It might have been the angle that I hit it. It's just, that's all part of it,
But what I was so impressed with, and don't get me wrong, it was a risk. We were screaming at you to play safe, but you took that finish on. How pleased to get it, because that felt like the swing moment in the match. You don't get those.
Yeah.
All of a sudden Shane's in front and it changes.
I mean, honestly, in 8-ball, I see a lot of, like in the Chinese 8-ball and hay-ball and stuff, they play a lot more safety. But when the pocket's not rounds, you got to go for it. If you see a finish line, you have to go for it. I
love that attitude. That'll serve you well in a shootout, I think.
Yeah, you have to have offense to win the match. Defense is prolonging so that you can kind of safety and get another opportunity. But if you feel that your opportunities have already been good, there's probably not great ones around the corner. You got to take what you have and just go ahead and win.
Love that. Okay, so you're into a quarterfinal against Styer. Have you guys had any previous?
No, I don't think we've ever really played in a tournament before. Maybe just on the side table or something. It's been a long time since we've played, if we have. So I haven't seen him really too much since he's been a junior. So. Well,
that's a little while ago, I know, for you guys. You're from St. Louis, I believe, which, in US terms is just around the corner. How nice is it for Ultimate Pool to visit Missouri and to be here, and how much have you enjoyed the experience so far?
It's great. I mean, the more organizations that could put forth some funding into pool and make some things happen. I don't see why it can't be huge over here just like it is in some of the other countries. It was big here once, and there's plenty of people that play it. I think we get the right hands behind it. It'll be a big sport like it used to be.
Absolutely, and your first ever experience of a match clock and a 15-second shot clock.
But I like how you guys have conducted everything here. It's super professional. I love the match clock and everything like that, and getting scheduled match times and not just wait until they say, hey, you're up, and if you're 15 minutes late, you're forfeited. So, yeah, everything's ran very well. It'd be good to see more of this.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems to suit you. You played beautifully out there, Ricky. So congratulations on the win. We'll see you later on this evening as you take on Styer. In the meantime, we've got another fabulous match up for you. Jordan Shepard is in action. He takes on Mike Banks next.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with the Kansas City Shootout. David Matlock taking on Ryan Robinson, Steve Jameson, and Nate Kane in the booth with you for something of a local derby, or at least as local as we're going to get in a place as big as the US. Dave Matlock from this neck of the woods.
Yes, sir. He's one of our locals here. He's on just the other side of the state there in Kansas, but still the Kansas City metro area. He, house pro for a very, very long time at a very famous pool hall in America, Shooters Olathe. So he's very well known, and of course, like I said at one time, best bar box player in the world. So we were excited to get him here for this shootout. He a little grayer than most remember, but he still plays very well and very much. So we're glad to have him shooting.
Yeah, and that's for Ryan Robinson, an Arkansas boy. Not too far away.
Yeah, and Ryan usually makes it up to a lot of our tournaments up here, so I'm sure this isn't the first time these two have played. So, great shot there to get that 8 out.
Yeah, this is some start. You might have mentioned his silver hair, but he's got some pace around the table as David hit.
He's been taking this event very serious. I've spoken to him and his wife several times just about the rules, so he's very comfortable with it. He was up here quite a while practicing yesterday, getting the feel for the area. So. Looks like he's felt really great on his last few years to run this one out. So,
I mean, this has been an impressive start. But a wide there.
Commentator's curse again. We got him. So,
yeah, I wasn't expecting him, mind. Just with the way that he came through that visit so smoothly, looked in complete control. But it just goes to show these pots are difficult when they are tied to the rail. No guarantees.
I think he felt a little bit more shallow on that 14 than he wanted to, so he had to kind of juice it up, put a little bit more English than he wanted to with these 4-inch pockets, and kind of threw the ball off there.
So a dream scenario really for Ryan Robinson here, who gets a wide open layout to look at in his first visit to the table. It was his break as well, so it will help him feeling on serve if he can knock these solids in, followed by the 8-ball, and they're all there. No real work to do. That was really the only shot that could go wrong, and it tried to go wrong, but it just shows how good the layout was that he's still A-okay here.
Got an okay rub off the 5 there, and we're really we're 2 for 2 here.
Well, maybe some early nerves out there, perhaps. It's interesting, actually. Spoke to all of our players so far in the shootout, and interesting in particular hearing from someone like Jordan Shepherd, who we saw earlier, who is synonymous with this format across the pond, and really interesting to hear from him, to hear that he was really feeling edgy in the first couple of frames, and we saw that with Tyler Styer in the first match of the day. We've seen it a few times so far already, that feels like a big occasion out there. There's people watching, there's a beautiful arena, there's some big lights and TV cameras, and I don't think you'd be human if you weren't feeling it a little bit in the early frames.
Yeah, and I was kind of mentioning during the last match here. I mean, in Kansas City, our league players are very, very knowledgeable, and they stay up very well on the pro circuit and things like that. And so they've just been absolutely buzzing to be able to watch these guys. And so we're expecting a big crowd all weekend. So yeah, and they're surrounding them as they're playing. I guess they definitely would be nervous. Hopefully I don't do too well and get on the stream later in the Open or anything like that. I don't know if I want to be out there. So. Okay, yeah, we've seen a little more dry breaking than I was expecting here in the these couple matches I've been watching.
Well, we got off to an amazing start with Tyler Styer and Eric Picar, where I think every single break had a ball. Tyler Styer even hit a
Right.
golden break at one stage during that match. But since then, it's been a bit of a theme that the breaks have been a bit of a struggle.
Well, new cloth, new things like that, the lights on there, and of course it'll play different from match to match and day to day for sure as the cloth gets a little more worn in. And that definitely has some work to do on this rack here. Well, he developed 2 of his stripes there, but the 8-ball kind of nestled in with the solid, so he's still a lot of work left to do on this one.
Yeah, it's congested, isn't it? And this is what you can get on the bar box tables with the American balls. There's just not a lot of room out there when there's clusters. It means you've got to be so precise. That for me is the real art and the skill of this particular game. For the size of the table, the pockets are fairly presentable. You're not expecting to see too many missed pots, but the real art is picking a pattern and almost dodging your way through the minefield.
Yeah, and actually, bar box 8-ball is probably my favorite game to watch pro level players play. I mean, they get so creative, and their cue balls just got to be so precise. And I get mesmerized by the fact that you might watch 20 racks before you see any of them play a defensive shot because it's just they're able just to work away perfectly. But it's different layouts every rack where you kind of see some of the 9-ball with template breaks and things like that. It can get a little bit boring to watch as they figure out the break. And to me, there's always something different on 8-ball. So
yeah, it's absolutely correct. It's every single frame looks different. No frame is the same. Challenge is always new. Dave Matlock here then with a pretty decent chance, and the advantage he's got here is that he's second to the table, and there's been a bit of work cleared away for him.
Yeah, he
misses his cannon though.
Oh, yeah, got a bad roll off of that breakout, not actually breaking it out. So yeah,
he's very unlucky to scratch the cue ball there, but yeah, didn't make it the kiss that he was playing. Ooh, is he on this?
Doesn't look like it from here, but I guess we'll find out pretty soon, depending on which ball he takes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's got to go up for the 9 here. Yeah, the 9's a horrible shot.
Yeah, tree topped over, jacked up over that 1. He's
okay.
Like he's
all right.
15, okay.
He's giving us some body language cues there that weren't looking very positive, but I thought initially. But Ryan Robinson's got a poker face on him. He was okay.
It looks like he has a little bit of work to do. I can't tell if the 8 goes past the 2 from where we're sitting here. I guess it does. It's not too much work to do, but
I think he's had a bit of a nudge here, landing in the centre of the table. It's a friendly kiss for him.
It looks like he's maybe one railing it up. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, just got away from him that second visit there for Ryan.
And of course, with some of the international 8-ball rules, which are different for some of us Americans here, if that 8-ball had banked down and went into the other corner pocket past the 1, it actually would have been a good shot, and he would have won the rack. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no calling pockets in international 8-ball rules.
Yeah, we've had our test sessions for the league and everything. We've kind of had people at first didn't really love that rule, but when you kind of look at it, kind of brings a 9-ball element, more exciting element to the game of 8-ball, and hasn't really. We've seen very few flukes of the 8-ball or slop of the 8-ball in, so it doesn't come up too often. But
yeah, it's one of those things, and I've been working with international rules for a while now, ever since the inception of Ultimate Pool in the UK, before it expanded out here into the States. But for me, what I loved. Oh, how about this?
There's a first fluke there, but as we say, kind of fluke or slop on that one. I know a lot of people will play that pace where you bank it short and you'll get it to go into the other side pocket. So
I think he played that, Nate.
Yeah, could have for shape or the breakout. Dave is very, very creative on the bar box. I wouldn't be surprised if he did try to play that.
I think he did, and I mean this might be a cultural thing. You know, you'll open my eyes a little bit here. Is the little pool player hand of apology if you get a fluke? Is that a thing in the US?
I missed it
because I didn't see it there.
Yeah, well, not everybody does it. So some people say, "Hey, it's the rules here, and I'm just shooting in." And some of us do give the hand apology, and
I think he's played that. I think it's a very, very good shot from Dave Matlock. And if he didn't, well, hey, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
There you go.
So here he is.
He acted like he did, so that's what. Just take your next shot and move on. So
there he is, and amazing accolade there. Pool player of the decade in the 1980s.
Yeah, he said he's been very, very good for a very long time. So, and none of the locals like it much when he shows up to a tournament because.
So Ryan Robinson back on the break and scratches.
Yeah, he kind of lost the cue ball there and he got an unfortunate roll off of another one. So that's another one that's kind of different from most American rules. If you're scratching off the break, we're kind of used to putting it behind the line or in the kitchen and shooting down table. Here on the International 8-Ball rule set, you actually still play it behind the line when you scratch straight into a pocket, but you can shoot in any direction. So he could shoot the 3 or 7 if he wanted to. Of course, those are hanging, so I don't think he would attack those now. But
yeah, for me, what I was about to say a moment ago with this rule set is it is different, and I think when people encounter change, there's always that little bit of initial reticence to sort of change something that you already feel works really well. But what I've found with international rules is the simplicity of them is really the art form. Like calling the 8 ball's a good example. It's a rule that's just been played for ages and ages, but if you take it away, does it affect the game in any real meaningful way?
Not too much.
Not really. It just simplifies it. It makes it easy to transfer and take from country to country and audience to audience, and everyone sort of knows what they're playing. It's nice and simple. And I think that's the real beauty for me of this rule set. It's very, very easy to follow.
Yeah, I would agree. He's played this pattern just perfect. And once he kind of bumped that 8 ball to get, I don't know, cook it there a little bit, but bumped that 8 ball and put on the 4. And of course, the 15 ball is always going to be his out ball there. And he really just played it to get perfect and make this look like tic-tac-toe here.
Yeah, he's taking these out really nicely. And just pinch the pocket slightly here.
He got a shirt foul.
Oh, well, you hate to see that.
Yeah.
Referee Scott Price never misses a thing out there. And that is a real blow. We'll see it here on the replay. Yeah, you can see baggy shirt just brushing off the ball there.
It's kind of one of those things, even as he played these safety, is anybody that's ever played with Dave Matlock on a valley here, you hardly ever want to let him back to the table. He's just so close there. He's usually a favorite to kick those in and keep shooting. So he just knows the valley table very, very well. Always has.
Yeah, it felt like it was a shot that Ryan had to play.
Yeah.
But he would have gone back to his chair knowing that there's a good chance I'm made to look a bit silly here. But
he shot a little fast there on those. I'm gonna, especially with a player like Matlock on these tables, I'm gonna attempt to really freeze it to that 8 ball. But of course, can't always do that. Looks like he's getting comfortable here.
Yeah, this will be a bit of a nerve settler for Ryan. He wouldn't have wanted to go 3-0 down, of course, but there's always that cliche that you never feel fully home in a match until you get that first chalk of the scoreboard.
Yep. First and last one are always the two hardest, in my opinion. Oh. These 4-inch pockets are playing quite tight and kind of making players a little nervous. Typically that probably wouldn't win on any pocket size, but it's just you want to be more precise than you normally need to be on a table, and it's causing a few misses, it looks like.
It's almost like Ryan can't quite believe what he's played there. Almost looks like he was caught in two minds. But he's going to get away with it. He didn't leave anything easy, which helps. You can see here Ryan's almost trying to bully himself into some kind of rhythm.
And kind of what it does look like both of these players of not being too used to this format. Ryan came down to the Louisiana Open, but I don't think he ever played on the stream. And we've even kind of seen it on the test sessions on our league. Is like players are playing incredibly fast when you don't have to with that 30-second shot clock. They've been shooting with 23 seconds left on the shot clock, and there's plenty of time to still assess the table and sit down and get comfortable. Yeah,
it's a tough one, isn't it? Because from our chair we get to sit comfortably and play Overlord, and everything's easy in this chair. I've never missed a ball in this chair.
No?
I've missed plenty out there, and it becomes a much simpler game. But I think when you factor in, new tournament, new table, new environment, different experience, it's very, you can see why that sort of thing happens, and players feel like they have to adjust their natural game and to fit in. But actually, what we've seen in the shot clock era, which we call it now with Ultimate Pool in the UK, is players just gradually sped up. It's just become a natural thing. No one had to do anything too crazy to all of a sudden
it's
adapt.
What we've kind of found with the 30-second shot clock is we're kind of implementing this in the leagues here in the area. It's actually our lower skilled players are benefiting more from it than our higher skilled, just because they're just kind of making a decision and shooting and not taking time to second guess themselves, and they're playing at a little higher level than they do in kind of other formats.
And I think as well for players, especially as we see Dave there take on that 6-ball, and he's going to give Ryan a chance to square things up here.
There we go.
But I think for league players in particular, nice to sort of know where you stand a little bit.
Yeah.
When you've got a shot clock and a match clock, all of a sudden, if the table becomes bogged down and players start taking 2 minutes on every shot, and you can be sat there a little while until you get your go, but that's not going to happen anymore.
No, it's like I said, it's been quite exciting and refreshing to see playing league with the shot clock, and of course it just gives a little bit more of a professional tournament feel for our league players. They've never played doing that type of format, and they get to experience that a little bit and call extensions and things of that nature, and they're really enjoying it.
Yeah, only gonna just improve things for it's a big time vision. I know with Ultimate Pool USA, it's not just a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year plan. It's a big operation to give back as much as they can to the players. We've seen announced earlier on today the grand finals of the Ultimate Pool Leagues in 2025, with hopefully a $100,000 first prize for the team, cash prize, which is an incredible incentive. And obviously, that's not for everybody, because some people just play leagues to have fun, and that's great. But for those who want to, take it serious and try and take it all the way to the top with their team, it's a huge incentive.
Absolutely, it's life-changing money. It can be, and and it's also I've gotten a lot of questions from our league players. They're like, okay, $100K for first place is cool, but what about if I just get in the money? And it's going to be exponentially higher down the line. So even if you get in the money, you're still looking at a very significant prize. So where in other times we've kind of spent a lot of times at a national tournament, and it's not something that we walk away with very profitable, and we don't necessarily do this to make money, but it's good to get paid well when you do well. So.
Of course. Ryan Robinson here with an 8-ball to square things, and we are
very nice. Yeah, he's getting much more comfortable now. It looks like to me.
Yeah, I think the attitude is so refreshing, actually, especially the differences culturally between the UK and US is something I can see immediately when I come into the pool hall, as I have done a couple of times this week, and it's full and everyone's here, and there's all sorts of different league games going on and all the rest of it. It's amazing to watch, really, the appetite for the game. But people commit a lot of time, they commit a lot of their own money to play in these leagues. So I'm here with Ultimate Pool USA. I don't think it's particularly hard to see which team I bat for, so to speak, but to me it just seems to be common sense that that players get a bit more back when they put more in.
Sure, yeah.
I think that's the mantra that's been sort of projected out there by the Ultimate Pool USA team, and long may that continue, because it just feels like we're getting started here, and there's already been so much good fun had here in Kansas City, particularly this weekend.
Yeah, looks like he's got a little work to do here on this rack. I think I might want solids, but I think you need to get the 2 to the 3 maybe and start with that combo there. Or 7, excuse me, 3's down table. Both fell. He probably wanted that one to stay up to get on that one ball a little bit easier. Looks like the 6 goes clean into the corner pocket. Looks like it's far enough off the 11 there. So he just figure out how to solve getting on the 1 ball, and he should have his rack figured out. Of course, 3's a little bit tight with the congestion there as well. Felt a little straighter on the 6, and I think he wanted to.
Yeah, not got a lot of room to move here.
Yeah, a little short on that one, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if if I'm looking top right with the 3 ball, but that one looks. These two don't really look like they work together.
Yeah, I think he came up a little bit short on that shot there. I think he wanted to be kind of flush on the 1 and maybe stay on 3 after that, or he may have been trying to get to 3 in the corner the entire time.
It wasn't a bad effort. Looking to rest into the 10 ball and hold on this left side rail by the 1 at the table. In the end, all he succeeded in doing is open everything up for David Matlock, who bumps straight into his problem balls immediately. Always the sign of a good player, that for me. Go after their problems straight away.
I've kind of always preached that to my people I've worked with on my league teams. Like, get rid of those problems early, unless it's a problem for them too, and you don't think you can run all the way out. Then leave them there, but. Making good work of these here. He's kind of falling a little straighter than he wants on everything, but he should be able to navigate this rack out.
Yeah, he's okay here. Giving it a little bit of the shake of the head. I don't think he's totally happy, but
yeah,
looks good to me.
Yeah, he's headed toward that 11 a little more. He had to punch that probably a little bit more than he wanted to with these 4-inch pockets there. Worked through that rack quite well. Hopefully that's a starter rack for Dave to get back on track here after missing a couple balls he probably wouldn't normally.
Yeah, very nice. So 3-2 leads David Matlock, and we are 52 seconds away from seeing that 15-second shot clock come into play. And this is a very, very different format indeed. But when you add 15 seconds in, it becomes completely alien. This was the key moment really for Ryan Robinson. You could see what he was trying to do, but a very, very tough shot that.
Yeah, I think that 1 ball just kind of froze there, just slightly below the side pocket, and gave him a hard time there as he tried to navigate that rack, trying to figure it out.
Well, it just didn't connect very nicely at all, and I think a lot of people have found that one difficult to bridge.
Started with that combo there, and then the 2 ended up falling as well, and that would have been an easy ball to lead to the 1, but that was kind of a little bit of bad luck there.
Oh, you don't see that very often. Wow. A scratching off the break where he's topped through clean into the bottom right corner pocket. That's incredible.
And just a kind of a dream layout here too.
Watch this cue ball here. That's amazing.
Wow. Yeah.
Just runs clean into the corner pocket. Didn't quite strike that break as well as he would have liked there, David Matlock. You can see exactly what he's trying to do. Trying to sit that cue ball right in the centre of the table. Just got a little bit too high on the white. But even then, I'm not sure he deserved a scratch
Right.
at the bottom of the table.
You don't see it from that far up table very often.
Yeah, that's incredible. So strikes for Ryan Robinson, and just trying to pick problems really, and doesn't seem to be too many. A little surprised to see him go for this 9 ball here, as that looked like a really natural connector for the 8 ball.
Yeah, I just don't think he had much. I almost wonder if he was trying to stay on that 12 ball on the bottom rail, but just because this table is playing lightning fast for just with the stream lights, table lights, and things like that. And so, don't know that he had much to shoot other than that 9 there.
Yeah, the earlier reports that we've had from players who've played on this table is that it is playing very, very quick. You can see there Ryan Robinson caught out by that. It's rolled maybe a foot further than he thought it would. And I think he's got to just accept his medicine a little bit here. He's quite straight.
Little rail first shot there. That was. He's got a lot of congestion to get through here. So.
Well, he's going to find a pocket for it
No,
first.
he has a pocket. Can he just go through there?
This looks very tight.
Yeah, I can't tell if it goes all the way through the.
Maybe a carom off the 2.
Yeah, that's probably what I would look at here. It doesn't look like it's far enough out. Yeah, I guess it went up.
Oh, he's played that beautifully.
I think he might have.
Snooking on the 8 ball though. Oh, certainly on the potting angle. He may be able to see the other edge of it, but not much good for him.
And the 4 ball looks like it might be in the way of a cross bank. So.
And here we see the 15-second shot clock just coming into play there. You get so little time to set. And the 15-second shot clock generally isn't a problem when you're playing well and when you've got your plan and when you control the cue ball. As soon as you run into danger, that's when it really becomes an issue.
It's kind of mentioned on the last match there, as we saw in Louisiana, the 15-second shot clock either settled you down or made you really nervous. It looked like kind of the player that was struggling in the match, once that 15-second shot clock hit, they tended to kind of hit the ball a little better.
You almost don't have time to worry about stuff. Yeah. It can be a freeing thing in a strange way.
Yeah, 50-yard line on both of these here.
You can see here David already seemed to be playing at a good pace to me earlier on in the match, but he's certainly got laser focus and he's playing very pacily here. Ooh, just used all the pocket there.
Yeah, and the Valley table will lend to that shot a little bit better because the shelves are a little shorter than some of our other tables. So even with the 4-inch pockets, it'll accept a little bit more into the corner pocket. So.
Well, this is what we've had so far and what we still have to come. We're into the second half of the draw here on the Kansas City Shootout. The quarterfinals will begin at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time with Tyler Styer and Ricky Evans and Jordan Shepherd against Gabe Owen. Winner of this one will play Chris Melling or Chase Stumfall, which is our next match up on deck. And we've got Henderson Thompson and Bergman Sim to round out the afternoon session here in Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that Jordan Shepherd Gabe Owen match. Gabe's been playing really, really well lately. Played good at this format here, and of course we've us Americans kind of learned and met Jordan as he came over here, and he's
some player, isn't he?
Some player, and I had the pleasure of warming up with him a couple days ago for
2
or 3 hours, and I racked.
Can't imagine you. Yeah, I was going to say, can't imagine you played much.
I got a rack or two off of him. He let me shoot, but he got bored, I think. So.
He's a hell of a player. Just such a gifted talent.
Just very, very creative. He just seems to see an 8-ball table different than anybody I've ever seen. So it was.
Yeah, he's a very, very special player, and great to have him as part of this event. I think he'll become a fan favorite very, very quickly. He has been wherever he goes.
And what's we've seen kind of in the 2 events here. What I think is cool with some of the UK guys is that most of these, they don't have equipment. They don't have pool cues for our equipment. And a lot of them are just borrowing from friends or mates, as they say, pool cues and practicing with them and shooting really good. They're getting a quick adjustment. And Jordan figured out the break on these tables very, very quickly here practicing. I think he was the first one to figure it out, as a matter of fact. So
I tell you what, how impressive has this run out been from David Matlock whilst we've been discussing
Absolutely, yeah.
that? Oh, he has played this to perfection.
What a shot there.
What a run out this is for David Matlock. This is one of the finishes of the day.
Yes, yeah, this is just kind of what when David Matlock has a flashback. He can still do this at any point, and it's you just never know when he's going to get the old firepower back, and he's just impressive to watch.
Well, that was to go 5-2 in front. He goes on the hill, David Matlock. That visit was beautiful. That was a tough chance. That shot there is so impeccably well judged, and we know he played that because he lined up he lined it up. That was completely as played. That's a beautiful bit of work.
And also, Dave here locally, he's also one of our top instructors. He does lessons out of Shooters Olathe, and he's also a bank pull master and instructing at that. If everybody that goes and gets a couple hour lessons with him, they come back and they bank twice as good as they used to. So.
They got the old flamingo legs on the go there. Did David Matlock put a bit more into that one? Almost hopped the white, but he's okay. And he has made a ball, and he has a chance now to win the match. 5.5 minutes to play, and he wants to be out of there a little quicker.
Yep. Looking for a good angle to address that 9 ball nice and early, as we mentioned earlier. Try to get those taken care of right away. Nah.
Not a problem that he's made the 3 as well. Just counts as a combo shot. So yeah, that 9 ball is now a pretty substantial problem. And I just wonder what he can do to solve it. Has he got an angle now on the 10 for a deep screw?
Yeah.
Sure does.
Oh, he's missed it twice now.
He wasn't far away.
Yeah, and I can't tell if it banks either with the 8's got it kind of on a bank into the corner pocket.
Is he going to carry on digging here? It looks like it.
Oh.
So Ryan Robinson, not all over yet. 3 frames is a big difference though at this stage. But it's certainly not all over. 4.5 minutes to play. He needs to do something about that 8 ball. Unless he's simply leaving it for the bank shot.
Yeah, I think that's probably at this point. As I kind of say, he's got pot committed here. He's kind of picked off a few of his soldiers, where he's just got to take the tough shot later here.
He's leaving angle to come down. Ooh, he's okay.
Yeah,
actually came far enough that it's not a problem for him.
Yeah, so he might be able to try to break it out now, but.
How'd you like these? Misses this. He's heading home out the shootout, and he absolutely nails it. Great shot from Ryan Robinson.
Where he landed the kick shot was the only option there, so it was a fantastic shot. A little smirk there from him as he's.
I love that because he was. I mean, that was the game right there. This shot was the entire game. If you miss that, you're going out the tournament. And put it in a 15-second shot clock. You just don't have time to worry about those sorts of things. He just got down, banked it in, or kicked it in rather, and well, game's still on.
And it was clever there. The 9 ball was kind of in such a position to where if he couldn't hardly miss the 8 if he kicked at it there. So. .53 here. So if he's able to break and run and dry break, he might have a shot at this here.
Yeah, he's going to have a shot.
Oh, it's a very good break to get a quick rack.
Yeah, these are nice. These are very, very nice indeed. Especially that you could see the 9 first up. So these stripes fall. Ryan Robinson is going to have himself a very nice chance of leveling it up. He will need a little bit of help from the Dave Matlock break. This one is not over, folks. That's okay. That's okay. 15 now goes to the top right, which helps. A little nudge. And he'll play that next. Yeah, lovely shape. No. We've got ourselves a ball game.
Yeah, he's stolen a quick one. Oh, it's not all over here. Just got to watch the all balls. All ball foul. Oh, there we go. Good shot. Nice out.
Very nice out from Ryan Robinson. This game is live. 1 frame in it. Dave Matlock's break next. It's been a bit hit and miss for Dave, and he's really going to need it to hit. Ryan Robinson pleased with his work.
Yeah.
He's grown into this match, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, he's looking lot more comfortable. I think the 15-second shot clock kind of helped settle him down. Just don't have the time to think. You just got to shoot.
All right then, Dave Matlock. 2.5 minutes left. May even get all 11 frames in here. Oh, here we go, Ryan.
Yeah,
here is your chance. And he doesn't even need to rush. Focus on winning the frame first. Make that unmissable. Make sure you remember the right cue. That helps on a 15-second shot clock, let me tell you. He calls extension first. That's wise. So you've got 2 minutes here. Thing he has to guard against.
Oh, yeah. He's got the throw brought out just for the 14 there. I was tracking a little bit too much toward the 8 for me to feel comfortable there.
Yeah, he's just okay. That was close.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, what I was saying is he's got to guard against going too quickly here, because he can get a little bit excited and think, I can win 2 frames here.
Right.
Just get this 1-1. Nothing too crazy. By all means, give yourself some time on the clock, because it's your break next. Get yourself a chance to get the 8-ball moving.
Absolutely. You've seen, what, now 2 golden breaks when someone's on the hill, so it
seems to be the right time to do them, yeah. Tyler Styer and Jordan Shepherd fulfilling those earlier on. These are there for Ryan. 1:10 and ticking.
Tough shot on this table, but...
In it goes.
Yes.
This one, I would put it to you, Nate, this one might be even tougher.
Yes, now it is, yes. I agree. When it got jacked up over that 4-ball, that's not fun. Hey, he did well to get a shot at it there. Oh, he fouled.
Oh, disaster strikes for Ryan Robinson. Referee Scott Price calls the foul. I'd love to see that one again. I'm not too sure exactly what the foul was called for, whether it was a nudge of the cue on one of the solids.
Dave sees picked up on the format there. He's watching that shot clock and seeing where he's at.
Yeah, well, he just has to wait his time here. This match is over. Oh, denied a potential buzzer beater. Once again by an unfortunate foul. Happened to Shane Thompson earlier on.
Yes, it did,
yeah. In the afternoon. But you got to say, super impressive performance from Dave Matlock. I mean, you know him very well, Nate. This has been great to see.
Yeah,
an old head adapting to some fancy new rules. It turns out you can teach an old dog new tricks.
Yes, sir. Everybody's pulling for him. Happy to see Dave win that one.
This is the foul. This is the moment. And yeah, you can see that 4-ball move. It's such a small thing. But that's cost Ryan Robinson the chance to level the match, and Dave Matlock has got the job done. I'll go out and speak to him in just a sec.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
All right, welcome back. We're live in the arena with David Matlock, who rolls back the years with a tremendous performance against Ryan Robinson. Dave, congratulations, first of all.
Thank you very much.
You've been around this game for a very, very long time, but I can't imagine you've played in too many matches quite like this.
This is the first, actually.
How did you find it?
Oh, it's a lot of fun. You got to think quick. You got to come with it.
Did it help in a strange way, all those sorts of years of experience on the bar box and all the rest of it, that actually you can play very quick because all the games up here?
I see the patterns pretty quick.
You saw one in particular which I wanted to give a shout out to. It was one of the best finishes I think we've seen today, where you had a tricky combo down the rail and you had a very tricky 8-ball to land on.
Right.
That must have been quite a sweet one for you.
That was nice, yeah. I actually thought when I made the combo, the head ball that made it, I thought it was going to go a little further, but lined up pretty good. So.
You're one of our Kansas City local all-stars. I know you're familiar to this neck of the woods. How nice is it to see Ultimate Pool USA paying you guys a visit, filling out this wonderful club and putting on a show?
I think this is awesome. I'm looking forward to the next one. They talk like we're going to come again next year, so yeah, this is exciting.
Well, don't get too ahead of yourself because you've still got a quarter-final to play.
That's right.
Later on. You'll be playing either one of Chris Melling or Chase Stallman. Two fabulous players. Are you a draw Picar, or are you not bothered? Are you going to just turn up later and play your play?
I'm ready to roll.
That's what I'm
ready to roll. Yeah.
That's what we like to hear, David.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on a fabulous performance.
Thank you.
It was great to watch you play. And we've got another great match coming up. The Louisiana Open champion is in action. Chris Melling takes to the table next.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
It's Mike Johnson, Carpet Direct, Windows, Floors, and Decor, KC. We're here fitting the carpet for the Kansas City Open here at Side Pockets, Blue Springs. Wish everybody to have a good time and good luck.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Ultimate Pool USA Kansas City Shootout. And that right there is Chris Melling, the Louisiana Open champion. Ultimate Pool USA's first Open event winner. We'll see the Kansas City Open event winner crowned on Sunday. Chris will absolutely be hoping to be in the mix for that. But he's still got a way to go as Chase Stumfold stands in his way here in the shootout event. Great to see both players out there as the two Steves reunite in the commentary box. Steve Jameson and Steve White with you here. And we were just chatting off air there, Steve. What a great opportunity this is for Chase, because Chris will come into this match as a very heavy favourite, not just because of who he is and how good a player he is, but he's got so much experience in this format. This is a little bit of a can't lose really for Chase for me, and I think he should treat it with such attitude. And well, early signs are pretty good.
Well, let me just say 3 things about Chase. One is the kid he respects the game. And he shows respect in all forms, so to the player, to the table, and to the game. And the second thing is, he's been practicing 6-ball shootouts for the last month. And I myself watched him 3 days ago put up multiple sub-20 times.
Oh, that's what we love to hear.
And that is scary. Especially considering he just wins the first rack against Chris Melling, who honestly is just looking on a little stone-faced because Chase really did run that rack very well.
Yeah, didn't he just? That will be a nerve settler for Chase. We had Nate Kane in the commentary box with us in the last game, and I thought a phrase that he used there was a useful one: the hardest frames to win are the first and the last. Well,
absolutely.
Chase has knocked off one of those, and did so in some style, really. Here he is from Sugar Creek, Missouri.
Yeah, he's a very, very quick player. There you see the 2023 Junior International Championship stat that he had up there on his bio. And he's quick in everything, and that might be his one downfall, is that sometimes that's not good.
That's tough.
Sometimes when I watch Chase shoot, I just wish he'd slow down just a little bit. But it's something that comes with being young. So he'll work it out one way or the other. He's a very impressive shooter. He got a very bad kiss there.
Yeah, that's tough. He's got quite a unique break. Don't often see many hand on the table breaks in certainly on 7-foot bar boxes. There just isn't the room for it, but he got some great power through the pack and opens the table up to Chris Melling. And I, for one, am very, very excited to see how Chris goes in this event. He is, for me, I think, been in the form of his life in the last couple of months. The level of performance he's been putting up has been terrifying. He recently won the Ultimate Pool Masters. That was played last weekend, I think, and came straight over here to Kansas City from there. And some of the finishes that he took out, I implore you to go check them out over on the at Ultimate Pool socials, because they're a joke. They're an absolute joke. And he is playing some serious stuff at the minute, and switching codes, as it were, is something he's always done. So going from English 8-ball to American 8-ball, no problem for Chris Melling. He just adapts quicker than any player, for me, that I've ever seen.
Well, look at this. Not only have they won on their opponent's racks, but in 2 racks time, we're coming up on rack number 3. Only 3 minutes have passed. This
get used to this pace, couldn't you?
Is going quick.
Here he is, Chris Melling from Keighley in England. He's a 2-time world champion and a 3-time Ultimate Pool Pro Series champion as well. That doesn't begin to tell the story of what he's done in his storied career, though. If there was a Pool Hall of Fame, he would be in it. Former Moscone Cup MVP on the big table in the 9-ball as well. Hate to bring that one up for you guys, but he was pretty good at that tournament.
Well, let me tell you, if you go on to any any website and any search engine and type in craziest pull shots ever, there's probably a 1-in-1 chance that in that first page you're going to find a clip of Chris Melling doing something crazy. We have right here, this is a very interesting situation here. I just got to stop my story because Chase scratched on his break, gave up ball in hand. Chris was able to take the rack. Chris scratched on his break, and now Chase here with an opportunity to take this rack. Everything is pretty much wide open. The only ball in trouble is the 15. This is I don't think we have time for stories because this match has been so fast already.
Yeah.
We might miss the action.
Well, I agreed. He's taking his time on this one. I don't think he actually needs to worry too much about this 15 in terms of moving it. Because, well, he can't land on it now. If he'd have left it alone, I think it might have gone to one of the side pockets. I could be wrong here. I'm just having a little look at one of our cameras. I think it was tight, to be fair. So I think he probably did need to move into it. Where's this cue ball ending up?
Well, I definitely think the 15 could have been cut to the bottom left. But he's at the table and I'm not. So he has a much better view. And if he felt the need to break it out, it must have meant that there was some trouble in paradise.
Well, these 3 balls are difficult now. This is high tariff stuff for Chase Stumfall.
And Chase, rather young, I believe he's around the 22-year-old mark, maybe 23 now.
Hold on to your hats. This one's getting sent around, I think. What a shot this is.
He doesn't really get rewarded for it.
He's found a beautiful line there. He is unlucky. Fancy him to give this a bit of a ride, though. He'll kick into this with a fair bit of pace, I'd imagine, and you never know.
Well, if Chris is the magician, we might have to find a new nickname for our TikTok table star Aiden, because this gentleman right here might become the apprentice when it comes to magic if he makes this ball.
I tell you what, that wasn't far away. He actually he played the kick off the 8 ball.
Tough action here, though. This is not a gimme rack now. There's some work to be done. The 3 ball is quite tight, I believe. I'm not positive that it can be cut into the corner. And it can be made in the side, I believe. Look at the touch on that shot, and that's what he's playing for. The 3 in the right-hand side pocket.
That's a very classical cue action from Mr. Melling.
And Chris is just so smooth.
Yeah, well, it's just a direct contrast, isn't it? We saw earlier on a couple of what I always think of quite American cue actions with the loop and a lot of pace in the back arm. Chris's is very, very classical and very, very technical.
However, when he gets into a little bit of a rhythm, you might even see him one-stroke this ball just like that. When he gets into a rhythm, all his form goes away, and he goes by feel.
Oh, he's such a natural player.
Yeah,
he's incredibly gifted.
Great run there by Chris. An unfortunate layout issue for Mr. Chase Stumfall. Chase, local right here to Blue Springs and Kansas City, Missouri, and just had a tough outing. Still plenty of time, though. I don't think we have any fear of this one going to a 6-ball shootout.
Well, he's unlucky here. Is Chase Stumfall. This was a beautiful shot. Really unlucky. He didn't have any sight of that 15 ball. But we are at the top level of the game here, and I think if Chase is hypercritical of himself, he'll have questioned why he was in the position that he had to play such a hero shot at the end of his visit.
Oh,
that 8 ball was close to a golden break, and he wanted it as well. He was looking for that, was the young man.
Oh, man.
Chris with a wry smile as he comes to the table.
That 8-ball was close.
He wanted it as well. He really did. It's been an interesting thing. We've seen the golden break rule in play for a lot of ultimate pool tournaments over in the UK, and I don't know whether it's quite a British thing where we're a little bit polite and don't want to celebrate something we feel like we haven't really earned, but there's not been many who've given it the big celebration or anything like that with the 8-ball, but I get the sense Chase would be someone who absolutely would be pleased to see it drop.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I make the 8-ball on the break, everybody in the room is going to know.
Oh, Chris made a mistake here. He's not on this. He's just run a fraction too far. Yeah. He wanted to be on the 11, I believe. Is he still on this 14?
Chris,
yeah, he had to turn that. That's a very delicate shot. Referee Darryl getting up close and personal there.
And because the shot clock is such a big part, this is not the casual handoff of the bridge. You want to be quick about it. Don't want to get in the player's way, and you know, as a referee, you don't want to be in the way. Yeah, what a run there! And referee was carrying around the bridge the entire run of Chris. That's going to make it 3-1, and it's going to be Chris's break here. Very, very quick action here in Kansas City.
He makes it look so easy. You can see there he looks a little bit,
and maybe not used to the type of bridge they have here. It is a very interesting bridge, but it worked all the best. He was able to make the ball.
Yeah, I confess I've never seen one of those. That's a unique form factor.
It is indeed very unique.
So Chris Melling leads 3-1. And you get the sense that he's only warming up. Oh, that's a brilliant break. You can't believe that's dry. You just can't. No one seems to have found the formula after our first game of the day. We saw, didn't we, Tyler Styer and Eric Picar, and they were both breaking beautifully. I think every single break was successful, and then since then it feels like every player's sort of struggled a little bit at finding the consistency.
Yeah, no dry breaks in the first match, and then since then almost nothing but dry breaks.
Yeah.
It's been mostly 60-40 since then. Very interesting. But you know, there are more people coming in. You know, we started early. We started at 11 a.m. Most pool players thought a.m. was the other side of the radio. So we started early. More people are coming in. The room's going to warm up a little bit. Maybe the table's going to change throughout the day, the event. So it may just be a situation there where the table's just getting broke in a little bit, you know?
Love the way that Chase has taken these on. Really, really nice route he's picked.
You know what the best thing about younger players, even junior players, is they're fearless. They are absolutely fearless when it comes to playing anybody. They don't care if your name is Chris Melling or Stephen Wyatt. They will play as good as they possibly can just to win, and I love that.
Well, he talked about the need to be fearless earlier on, and that's exactly what Chase has been, but he's played a slack one there. That was a poor shot, and now he has to pay the price. He's got a 4-ball with no natural pocket. What can he engineer?
The thinnest of thinnest cuts could send it to the bottom left, but he's not taking that on. Oh, look at the cross.
That'll do.
As a fan, I'm over here excited because that was a great shot, and I really think that Chase played that very, very well.
That's beautiful work from Chase Stunfold. Really, really tidy shot. 8-ball's no guarantee here. Show you that double again in just a moment. Very, very good indeed. Good 8-ball. Chase Dunfall stays in the game, and you can hear the noise here at Side Pockets Blue Springs is picking up a little bit for the home favourite. Chase Dunfall. Let's have another look at this cross double. This is a beautiful bit of work. Threads the needle. And holding the cue ball where he did was really nice as well. Nice touch from him.
Yeah, that was a very nice out. That, you know what, that would almost be considered a Chris Melling out there at the end. Well, in 18 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock again, I don't think Chase Dunfall is going to find himself in a six-ball shootout here because...
Well, that's the disadvantage you get for playing quickly, because you might be a very quick player and you might be very good at the old 6-ball shootouts, which we're led to believe Chase is, but when he's going to play a guy in Chris Melling, who is equally one of the fastest players in the world, then your issue is 30 minutes is loads of time for these guys to get in 11 frames.
They might be able to do a race to 11 in 30 minutes. And there you saw again Chase with the 8-ball. Did come fairly close to the pocket. So he's playing with it. It's like when you have a fish on the hook and he's just not quite bitten yet. I have a feeling if this goes much deeper without somebody winning, I think Chase is going to get one off. You know, he would be the third player if they managed to make it hill to get that golden break on the hill.
Yeah, just taking his time over this visit, is it just needs a little bit of figuring out. I'm a big fan of Chase's break, I must say, considering how he breaks with that. Everything's quite condensed and packed in together. He gets a really, really good strike and good power on the cue ball. But if you watch that last break again, cue ball parked right in the middle of the table. Very, very good.
Yeah, a lot of power on that break, and again, like you said, he stays very compact and he puts a lot of power into a little bit of movement.
So these look pretty nice. 8-ball is a ball that definitely needs landing on. Imagine the 3-ball will be next for him.
You know, I like this here because I think he's able to play the 1-up, play the 6 on the side, give himself a little bit of angle on the 5 on the side, and just draw up back to the left side of the table, shoot the 8 in the corner. Very, very simple. He might have got a little bit further, but he can take this in the side or into the corner down table.
I think you have to take it long now.
Yeah.
I think the side you're going towards the 2 balls in the centre. I think he almost has to take this long now.
Yeah.
Just has to judge it. It's not a massive problem.
It's not productive to shoot it the other way. He has to watch the scratch.
Oh, that's disaster for Chase Dunfall. That was a good chance.
Yeah, and you have to think that he just wanted to stun that ball a little, and it didn't really stun the way he wanted to. He also was a little off on his aim, which could have promoted the scratch.
Yeah, I just wonder if he was maybe a bit tentative on that shot.
Might be it as well.
You know, I know we're playing on 4-inch pockets and all the rest of it, but I've seen enough from Chase to see just how good a player he is. And for me, if he punches that ball in, he's home and hosed. It's basically his 8-ball.
Yeah, a little firmer. I would have liked a little firmer on that one too, but it is very tough playing under the lights. The stress of the match itself, not to mention the fact that you're playing one of the best players in the world in Chris Melling. The Magician extending his lead by 2 now. It's 4-2, right around the 15-minute mark. We probably see the 15-second shot clock come into play, but
not if Chris has anything to do with it.
We probably won't see it long if Chris keeps making balls like that.
Yeah, 2-frame cushion for Chris Melling and 2 frames from home as well. Race to 6, half-an-hour matches. I don't think we'll get to 0 on the clock though, something tells me. Chris could do with finding his break though. It's been the one thing that hasn't really been there for him in this match. He's had to fend a little bit, feed a little bit off scraps.
Yeah. So something that I would like to talk about, and just because we're not seeing it a whole lot, because our referees are generally so very quick. The smart rack that we're using to rack the balls on the TV table, they're available at Ozone Billiards. I got mine in a couple weeks ago, guys.
You enjoying it?
Huh?
You enjoying it?
Yeah. If you've ever had trouble with a front ball sticking to a rack or balls not tightening up, the smart rack is pretty incredible. If you're here at the event or you're coming to the event, watch out, cue ball. Please, if you see me, come up, say, hey, I want to try your smart rack. I'll gladly lend it to you. It really is a great racking tool. Ensures that the balls stay racked well, and you get spreads like this that are, they're not you don't have bad racks nearly as much.
Chris thought he was going in off on that break though, and then was pretty pleased to see his fortunes change. Now, however, the serious work begins.
What do you how do you like this run?
Well, it doesn't matter whether I like it. I know Chris Melling's going to go for it.
I'm just saying, working out the details. That 6 ball feels like it's just in the most awkward spot. I'm sure Chris will find a way to make it look easy. Does it go on the side?
Doesn't look like it.
I didn't think so either, but he's definitely okay. Maybe it's not nearly as difficult as I thought it was.
Yeah. These camera angles can play tricks.
Yeah, a little deceiving on the cameras. I thought for sure that ball didn't go. Well, this is easy peasy for Chris Melling here. The Magician not having to do too much magic.
Just has some eyes work on the 8 ball, mind. It looks a little tight.
I think with the table and the slick felt, I think it'll definitely promote falling into the pocket, even if he comes up just a little shy on center pocket. Let's see. Oh, no,
that was
can't
missable.
be that shy.
Yeah, that was tight.
And Chase here with a huge opportunity. If he's able to get this rack back, we're looking at the 10-minute marker right around the corner, being down 4-3. Very, very manageable.
This is a big shot here for Chase. We see this miss again from Chris Melling from a slightly better angle. You can see there isn't a lot of room, but there was a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it was possible to slide past that 9 ball, but again, just a tough situation. And Chase suddenly speeding up here.
Yeah, probably the right thing to do, but also don't get careless. There's loads and loads of time in this match yet. Don't force yourself into making a silly mistake.
Everything's just tic-tac-toe. Very well played by Chase there. And the crowd, the hometown crowd, is definitely behind Chase, and I know Chris is no stranger to being the, I guess, the not crowd favorite. But Chase is really, really an outstanding player, and the crowd here have likely seen him grow up playing pool. Definitely behind him. 4-3, Chris Melling over Chase Stumfold with, what is that, 12 minutes left?
Yeah, we'll get to the end, I think, in this game. But who wins it is the real question.
It's not a given for either player.
Chris, see the Chase Stumfold break in action again. Really, really, it's a unique break. This is very, very compact. But look at the power he gets on it. He's unlucky to be kicked in like that.
Yeah, the pop on the break, like you said, very, very compact pop. And the cue ball came flying back. Bad kiss.
And Chris going to take this 10 ball, which is just about stopped spinning. Immediately goes after his work. I don't think he really wanted that to drop, but he won't mind too much.
Chase there calling his extension. I'm sorry, Chris calling his extension, taking his time, trying to navigate how he wants to get to that 12 ball, what the easiest route is.
I wonder if he may look to take it now as a plan.
Yeah, I think you're right, Stephen. I think
a combo. Sorry, my apologies. Still working on my American dialect, and I think he'll regret not taking it now, as I don't think he's got a single pocket to go at.
Actually, so he's going to cannon off of the 12 ball into the 14.
Yeah, very nice. Big shot here, though.
Yeah, a big cut, or it looked like he was going to cut it. I think I would like shooting it into the side pocket.
I'm not sure it goes in the side. It's very tight.
I'm scared of the cue ball running on the 12, going into the corner. Yeah, it was a little tight. Oh, no. Well, this is the opportunity that Chase needed.
Yeah, 2 misses in back-to-back racks for Chris Melling.
15-second shot clock is now in effect. It's just heard our referee letting the players know things are about to heat up.
For all, with 9 minutes left. Looks like the order of the day.
How big would this be if the hometown hero were to come back in a tough match and knock out Chris Melling in the first round? That would be some story. It's not written yet, but it's definitely on its way. Chase Stumfold to tie it up right here. Needs the 8 ball to fall.
Fall it does. Well, well, well.
4-4. Now, if you're Chris, I mean, it's just got to be about steady, right? Just be as steady as possible. This is very interesting to me. And Chase having the crowd behind him, that's got to feel good too. Two very different dynamics.
So Chris Melling was 4-2 in front. And he's made mistakes in back-to-back racks. Now, heading to the cut break. He's trying to arrest the slide.
He was able to make a ball, but it is disgusting on the layout.
Well, this is where we get to see the mind and machinations of Melling. Just about the most aggressive player anywhere you'll watch. He will take these on. And what he's been doing the last couple of months, he's been getting them.
And Chris, with the stress of the clock.
A 15-second shot clock now in play.
Well, he got one out. Oh.
It's not really come out all that nice, has it? Take two.
Oh. Well, once again, he hit it well, but not a great outcome. And the time is going to be ticking. Does the 10 ball? No, the 12 ball goes. No shot on the 10. He's looking to come 2 rails. So he's going to hit the bottom rail, cut the gap between the 5 and the 6, and hope to come up in between the 2.
Something like that. Something like that. And now you've got to worry about the 9.
The 9's in trouble here. He can use the 4. He can bump it out with the 10 ball. That's the shot. Come up a little shy on the 9 ball, though. So the 13 is playable, but the shape on the 9, he's got to rely on bumping the 6 just slightly as he draws back. I don't like it. Yeah, if he doesn't get the bump on the 6, he runs in the 8 just like that. This is tough. He's going to kick at it.
He certainly is.
Chris Melling.
Oh, he didn't miss it by much. But for the 3rd rack in a row, Chris Melling runs aground, and Chase Stumfall has the opportunity to take a lead.
Now, if I'm Chase right here, and if you can hear me, Chase, I would utilize this clock. I would slow down. Not to the point where it messes you up. Just slow down, take your time. You don't have to rush these balls because the clock is ticking and you're about to have a 1-game lead if you don't make any mistakes against what some would say would be the favorite in this event.
Wow, that is exactly what has just happened. Chase with a big, big, big miss, and he can't quite believe it.
Just needed to slow down just a little bit, I felt like. And that's one that's going to haunt him.
Yeah, just been watching the reaction of Chase in his chair, and he knows that was a big moment.
He has a very reactive, and then take out your frustrations and then just let it go mentality, which is what you have to have here. Forgive and forget.
Pool players have to have short memories.
Yeah. So obviously, yeah, he's going to feel that one, and he's going to feel it at the conclusion of this match more than he's feeling it right now. But right now, he just needs to get it out of his head. Very, very fortunate. Chris Melling has got to be feeling very fortunate because he was looking to be in a pretty bad situation there.
Yeah, you can see the reaction there from Chase. He almost can't quite believe it. It's a funny shot as a player, that, because all he's done is he's caught the ball completely straight and just pushed it into the jaw. And with those long shots, which are pretty much straight, and you want to just punch it in, there's not much margin for error. They can be missed if you just get it wrong a little bit.
Yeah, especially if you just don't give it the full respect. That's me as a player. That's what happens. I make mistakes. I don't give it the full respect. Now, it is very good that 8 ball did not drop. because we could have been looking at a golden duck there.
And that would have been game over.
We would have seen the opposite of what's been happening. That was very, very fortunate that the 8 ball did not drop.
You could still say it's pretty unfortunate the cue ball did, mind.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal.
And Chris Melling here with the chance. You'd imagine these should be pretty much gone. It's not quite been a vintage Chris Melling performance, but he's finding a way here, and that is perfect.
And Chris really just speeding up just a little bit. He knows the finish line is there.
And in comes the concession from Chase Dunford. Chris Melling gets the job done. A 6-4 victory for the Magician. And he will be relieved to get through his first round match. But we saw a player in Chase Dunford who's got more than enough about him to show us that he's got a long future in this game as well. This match, though, is done, and Chris Melling marches on to the quarterfinal. We'll hear from him in just a moment.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back into the arena, everybody, with the Ultimate Pool USA Kansas City Shootout, and Chris Melling is through into the quarterfinal, not without a little bit of jeopardy though, Chris. Close match between you and young Chase there, but I bet you're pleased to be through the other side of it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I set off perfect, really. I mean, I was unlucky to scratch twice on the break. I got kicked in off. Well, maybe once, I think, first frac. But all in all, I felt I played okay. I missed a few chances near the end. But luckily for me, I missed a crazy ball at 4-all.
Yeah, that was the swing moment in the match, and sometimes, you know, in shootout pool you need things to fall your way, but the breaks were an interesting one because no one seems to have found the formula today. Everyone's been struggling a little bit with it.
Yeah, I mean, I was hitting the break great. I was parking the cue ball in the middle of the table, and a couple of times, yeah, balls went in, but they didn't seem to split properly. Don't know why that is. I don't know if the balls have been polished or they haven't, or I'm not sure, but they definitely didn't split great on the break.
And in terms of where you are, I mean, we've watched you play quite a lot over in the UK recently, and for me, as good as I've seen you play ever in the last few months, the level has been so impressive. But I know you've done this for a very long time, but how easy is it, or difficult is it, to switch codes, you know, a week on from when you played on Sunday and won a big final in a different game?
It's very easy when you're playing on pockets this big. I mean, I know the 4 inches, but they're playing like 5.5 inches. I mean, I don't mean to sound disrespectful or arrogant, but I can't concentrate because I don't think you're ever going to miss. Whether that's the same for a lot of other players, I don't know, but I find it very hard to concentrate. Maybe, you know, in the next couple of days, if I'm still in and going deep in the event, then who knows, but you definitely need the concentration. But I'm just finding it a little bit hard because obviously when you're playing on the Chinese 8-ball tables, the English pool tables, and then you're playing snooker, and then you're coming on to this table that's, I mean, it's so generous, it's unbelievable. But it's generous for everybody, which makes it difficult to win.
It does. That is part of the challenge, isn't it, with the bar box tables? But hey, we're into the quarterfinals. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it's a new challenge. I lost to Darren in the last shootout in Louisiana, so it's one that I want to win. Obviously, I won the main event, but I'd love to win the shootout as well.
You got David Matlock in the quarterfinals, who legend of the sport, been around for decades and decades and decades. Have you guys ever had many run-ins, or I'm assuming you know of him?
Yeah, of course I know David. He's a great player. You know, he's been around a long time, knows everything about the game. I have heard of him. I don't know if I've ever played him. I might have played him maybe 10-15 years ago, I can't remember. Yeah. Played a lot of people since then and been to sleep since then, so yeah, I watched his match. He played well. He did make a lot of mistakes, which he'll know about. I made a few, so I'm sure it'll be a good game.
Looking forward to it, mate. Well played as always.
Cheers, mate.
Looking forward to seeing you later on.
Cheers.
Chris Manning safely through into the quarterfinals, and we've got our next match up on deck. We've got Sam Henderson and Cleave Thompson ready to rumble in the Kansas City Shootout. Stay with us.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players. Ultimate Pool USA presents.
Mike Johnson, Carpet Direct, Windows, Floors, and Decor, KC. We're here fitting the carpet for the Kansas City Open here at Side Pockets, Blue Springs. Wish everybody to have a good time and good luck.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Well, welcome back everybody. It's the Ultimate Pool Kansas City Shootout and Sam Henderson is in the building. A fresh-faced youngster who is ready to start a fire in this shootout, and he's taking on all the way from England, Cleave Thompson, who was with us in the Louisiana shootout, with us in the very, very first match of Ultimate Pool USA, where he was beaten in a 6-ball shootout by Tyler Styer. Great to see Cleave back. He absolutely loves coming over here to the US and testing his game against some of the best, and that's exactly what he's about to do. Steve Jameson still here with you on comms, and joined by Dustin Cook. Dustin, a very good afternoon to you here as we've got Cleave at the table. Doing well, enjoying the Kansas City hospitality so far?
Very much so. That definitely nice atmosphere, nice people, nice pool room. You know, good to see all the fresh faces. You know, even more of the European stock has come over, and got to meet a few more of the players last night with Jordan Shepard and you know, his friend that came with him, Ricky. So definitely nice to get to meet more players.
Yeah, it's been a great experience in the last couple of days here in Kansas City. Quite a few players have come over here a little bit early, whether they be from these shores or from further afield, and it's made for a nice atmosphere here in Side Pockets as we see Cleave here, Bloodfire as his nickname goes, and he's done a good job here of getting his hard work done early, and all of a sudden solids look pretty good.
Pretty good. That a very well break off and a good opening shot to get started on the pattern.
I'm going to go coast to coast here. It's Cleave Thompson, and he left a little bit more angle on this one, I suspect.
And a great shot.
Yeah, really cued that one nicely. He's got a lot of he's got very easy cue power, hasn't he, Cleave? He's a big guy with a long stroke, and he's got a lot of really easy power, but he used all of it there.
And he's got good rhythm too.
Yeah.
He delivers the cue, good timing.
Yeah, another super visit to the table from Cleave Thompson. When he ran into Tyler Styer in the shootout in Louisiana, it was, on paper at least, a huge mismatch, but Cleave showed us exactly what he can do, and it just seems to be completely at home here in the US in a way that maybe we've not seen the best of him in the UK. He's been fabulous every time I watched him on the bar box tables. Here he is from Milton Keynes in England, but he does have family heritage here in the States. He's an ultimate pool professional in the UK.
And sometimes a change of scenery can, you know, kind of promote a little bit better play. You know, fresh face come over here. You're not, you know, you're seeing people you've never seen before. You don't really know how to judge the games. You just get up there and play your game and do the best you can. And a lot of times you play a little bit better that way.
You can see there on his shirt as well. He's got the state flag representing.
Got the Texas state flag from the 903 billiards.
So first shot in anger then for Sam Henderson. And there's there's nothing wrong with the break off, but the layout at least is a very ugly leave. And it's going to be Cleave's first shot here, but I don't think it'll particularly bother Sam if Cleave has a bit of a swing at these, because these have come out absolutely horrible.
And this is where, you know, the 8-ball knowledge, you know, for veteran players comes in handy about picking off balls and knowing what balls to move to create another shot. Almost kind of like, for us, you know, a 14.1 or a straight pull run out. Not sure if that's a big game in the UK still or not.
No, I wouldn't say big, but it's definitely played. I think the one thing I've noticed with we were chatting about this earlier on the way in, was biggest thing I've noticed culturally is just how popular the game of pool, in whatever form it may take, is here in the US. It's great because I'm a huge pool guy from the UK, love it, but here it just seems almost like a way of life.
It can be
for a lot of people, you know. The club's packed every night.
There's not many sports where you can come out as an amateur and, you know, rub shoulders with a pro you know, going through the ranks, you know, like this young Sam, you know, being a younger guy, you know, playing junior circuits and stuff like that, and still being able to play, you know, pro-level opens and being able to compete against the best players in, you know, now with this format, the world, not just the country, but the world.
Cleave has slightly overrun this shot. I just wonder, can he hold this? Takes it long. And what was a very, very tricky layout all of a sudden has just been slowly picked apart here.
4 shots away from a completed rack and a very good one.
Yeah, you'd have looked at the table when he first came and you're almost going to rather you than me. I think Sam would have been very pleased to see Cleave taking these on. Less pleased now.
You know, maybe a little bit more with the American players. This is probably one of those layouts where they just tee off a ball and, you know, send the cue ball up, table throws to a round and say, have fun.
Yeah. No, after you. Just about minding your work now for Cleave Thompson. He's done so much good work in this visit.
Just be tidy with the cue ball here. You know, can punch forward a little bit by the 11 or, you know, a soft screw back, you know, on this side of the 14, and you should have the 8 ball in the corner pocket.
Yeah, he's actually played a lovely few shots here. Cue ball. Oh, wow.
He went with the soft screw and maybe just a little bit more pace, and he would have pulled it back to the rail and dodged the pocket.
Oh, feel for Cleave there. That was such a brilliant visit to the table. To then fall short right at the very last.
Well, we'll see if nerves, you know, how Sam holds his nerves together with ball in hand with a open pattern and an open layout.
Yeah, you always need to get that first one on the board, a nerve settler. Sam is very highly rated and well regarded. This won't be an entirely new experience playing on a big stage, but at the same time, bound to be a couple of early butterflies. This will help out no end if he can knock these off.
Definitely should calm the nerves if he gets out here and gets one on the board, because it seems like, you know, certainly with American pool, the first game and the last games can be the hardest games to win.
That translates over the pond, don't you worry. That's a rule for life, that one.
I gotta say, he's got very good cue action too.
Yeah, he gets through the ball nicely, doesn't he?
Definitely a good confident stroke. And that's what you want to see in juniors.
I think for me, what I've noticed the most in this frame from Sam is, for me, even though he was nailed on to win that frame as soon as Cleave scratched the cue ball so late on into his visit, Sam was, you know, always going to win that frame. But the way that he won it, you know, confident, picked a good pattern, cue ball was always well controlled.
Definitely, there was
solid.
No second guessing.
Yeah, there he is. Now from Bettendorf here in the US. And he is on the World 9-Ball Tour as a pro pool player, despite that fresh face. And
not a bad tour to start out on.
No, I think that's safe to say.
And let's see if Cleave can deliver another good break off.
Well, that'll do. Cut break seems to have been the way so far. on this table in the shootout. Front ball breaks have been a touch inconsistent. And the reason why that, you see there on the replay, the cut break, you're almost breaking the balls twice.
Definitely.
Just helping them open up a little bit more. Cleave's looked really sharp so far, been impressed.
A nice out here will definitely get him back in good rhythm and maybe get him, you know, a little bit, you know, better, what words am I looking for? Get him in a better frame of mind going forward into the match, getting ahead.
The ball that he's got to worry about there, though, is that 4 ball. Doesn't have a natural pocket, and I think even the bank shot is blocked. So he needs to do something about that.
Oh, beautiful.
Just like that, that'll do.
That'll do nicely.
Yeah, lovely shot from Cleave. Just taking some time just to figure out his pattern from here. He looks in pretty good shape. Wants bounce, and he is short.
Yeah, maybe a little soft on that one.
Yeah, he needed that straight away as well, didn't he? Yeah, he needed that to hit that a lot harder.
And I don't know if the one rail kick is on for him to come underneath and maybe try to play it in the side off of the stripes.
Oh, how about that? What an incredible fluke. Well, you have to respect Sam Henderson there, who has given Cleave absolutely nothing, despite the fact that every single pool player knows exactly how painful that is.
Definitely.
What an incredible fluke this is.
Kick carry him in the side off the 8 ball.
Yeah, great vision, you've got to say, from Big Cleave.
You know, it's almost just playing for a hit, you know, and it favors, you know, getting a good hit on your object ball.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if the kick shot off the bottom rail was available, I'm sure that'd be the one he took, but it obviously wasn't, and sometimes, you know, you just got to take it for a ride, and Cleave Thompson.
And with the international rules, it benefits to, you know, make a good hit and let one ride.
Yeah, absolutely. It was painful to take, but Sam Henderson now has to find a way to respond, and that is a much, much better break than the one we saw in his first attempt.
Definitely. Much better cue ball.
Options. I wonder if it might have to be striped because of the 3 ball, but if that one goes, solid to nice, but I think it's on a bit of an island really at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, definitely that. I would probably prefer the stripes here, and the hardest shot would be the 13 ball, but you get on it, you should be able to ticky it off the 4 ball and get it in the side.
Yeah, I could play it now, but I wonder if he will actually... There's an argument to leave it till last ball with where the 8 is, but I think the right option here will be play it as early as you can.
Definitely. Eliminate the trouble as quick as possible.
Surprised to see him move it, but it's worked well. Worked really well. I mean, that couldn't have come out any better for him.
At all.
Well, that was a bit of a gamble of a shot for me, that.
It was definitely a gamble coming in, you know, drawing off the rail up to it. very confident and very deliberate. Not wasting a lot of time.
Yeah, I was with you. I like the carom shot there, and for a few different reasons. And one of them was because the route out from there was actually really nice. It all made sense. These two don't connect amazingly well. He played that one nicely, though.
No, 2 shots away from a good clearance.
And that's all that matters, that they fall in.
Definitely.
Hey. And we definitely won't be too hard on him after what he had to suffer in the last rack with Cleave's big fluke.
Definitely evens out.
Yeah, I think so. Earned his little bit of luck on that kick-out shot. But you saw there with the way that he cued that one into the top of the table, he's a confident cueist.
Definitely has bad intent in his eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. Despite that, baby-faced assassin almost. Cleve's having some fun with us, though.
Definitely.
Yeah, Cleave has fully embraced the shootout format. He really does enjoy the fun and games that come with it.
He's just all-around fun guy. That when we had this at the Louisiana Open, that you know, Steven, he was the first guy that, you know, Steven introduced me to that was, you know, from England, and you know, it was absolutely fun sitting and talking to him and, you know, picking his brain about how to dissect 8-ball patterns and stuff like that. And he's a bundle of energy.
So Cleve's break allows young Sam Henderson in again. Yeah, and a bit of a head scratcher. I can see that.
Not really an easy starting shot on either pattern.
Yeah, no surprise to hear him call his extension. Oh, that's come out nicely. Played that at a really nice pace, judged it well. You know, we often see with younger players, and we saw it a little bit with Chase earlier, that, you know, they get a real vibrancy about them. They buzz around the table, but with that, they can be a little bit erratic sometimes.
Definitely. But Chase's miss to tie the game up with Chris breaking, you know, that's just rushing your shot. And, you know, American pool, we call it in punch when you're feeling good and, you know, you're flowing, but you know, the younger guys, you know, they struggle with it, with taking the time, because they just want to jump up there and get the clearance.
Point I was going to make, though, is how Sam almost seems to buck that trend. He plays like a much older person than he is.
Much wiser between the ears than someone his age would, you know, tend to be.
Yeah, he's...
And another strong clearance by the young man.
Absolutely. He's exactly what you don't see loads and loads of from younger players, which is he's a very solid player. I mean that in a very positive way.
Definitely no body movement. He stays down, he cues.
You don't get the sense that you're going to get a daft mistake from him anytime soon.
And even then, it may not be a good one.
Yeah, looks a real good player, does Sam Henderson. First time I'm watching him here and been very impressed by what I've seen, but he's still got a little way to get out of the woods here. We're 4-2 as that match clock continues to dwindle down towards the 15-second shot clock.
And amazingly enough, so far, no 6-ball shootouts yet.
Oh, have you given us a commentator's curse there, Dustin? I wonder. Cleave was involved with one very first match in the shootout.
First match
in Louisiana.
And another strong break off.
Yeah, he seems to have found it, doesn't he? After the first one didn't come out very nicely for him at all. The last couple have been very nice. Well, again, a little bit of a head scratcher.
Yep. A few little issues to work out, but you know, if he keeps playing the way he has, I'm pretty sure he's going to dissect this rack.
Yeah, there's a few options. I think it has to be solids, and he wants to deal with the 4-ball as early as he can. And take the 3 and just wants to come back a fraction. He decides to bump, and that's come out really nicely. It's a nice touch to be able to have as a pool player if you've got a knack for running up nice when you're cannoning into balls.
Definitely, when you're moving balls, you traditionally want to avoid that, but I mean, he's hitting the ball so well that it hasn't hurt him yet.
Although there is the curse, yeah. And that's the thing, you just can't keep getting good run with that. It has to go against you eventually. I don't think Sam needed to move that ball.
I don't think he did either. I think if he just could have played just a little soft screw shot, and then I think he would have had a clean cut to the corner pocket by where he's standing at.
Yeah, and that then obviously made that shot very, very difficult indeed. Yeah, I think he had 2 opportunities to land on it there, and a player like Sam, who's a fabulous potter, you know, you just sort of think, well, just give yourself a shot. If you've got a shot on a difficult ball, that's surely easier than trying to cannon it out a couple of times.
And that's the one thing, you know, especially for our side, the shooters are going to shoot.
Yeah. That's a lovely shot from Cleave first up. Just opens everything up. Now it's just a case of getting himself back on the horse here. 2 frames down.
Now, if he can complete this clearance and then break and clear up on the next one, that should tie the match back up. And, you know, we'll see where Sam stands when he gets back to the table on his next break.
It's not the best shot Cleave's ever played there. Can't go top left, so I don't think you can avoid the 4-ball.
I don't think so. I think on this one it may just have to play slightly below center and hit it a little harder than you want to, and maybe rely on bumping the 4 out of the way and drifting down, but he's going to go ahead and play the 10 ball.
His big issue is the 13 at the bottom. Landing on that is now difficult.
If he gets the right rub here, he can go forward and get there off the 6 ball, and I think that's probably what he's going to try to do.
Yeah, has to play it. Yeah, it was caught in 2 minds.
Definitely.
100% caught in 2 minds there. Cleave wasn't confident on that shot, and in the end did a bit of one and a bit of the other, and didn't achieve any of his goals that he was trying to do. And Sam Henderson gets a little bit of a let-off. And his first taste of a 15-second shot clock.
And this is, you'll see where his where his decision making, he's either going to play better or play close to the same and not worry about it, or it'll panic him a little bit and he'll rush to make the decision a little quicker. Oh, lovely shot. Just don't get straight in on the rail.
Shot to play now. This is one way you can easily beat yourself up about, but he's going to be able to see this 8 ball. He's got to back himself to make it. Don't get too clever.
And most people's first reaction is to elevate and try to screw back.
We got a little bit of run. Little bit of run. He still needs making though. Man played it well. On the hill.
Pretty good clearance with the beeps going off in his backswing.
Yeah, and the first time you'd have ever really experienced that sort of shot clock. And we heard earlier from a few of our players who have fed back to us after their first experience. It didn't feel like there was any shot clock at all. Right. It does go by so quickly. It feels quick to us watching. It feels even quicker when you're out there playing on it.
Everybody wishes they could be like Chris and, breeze through a match in about 12 minutes.
Yeah, we'd all love to have that superpower, wouldn't we? So Cleave Thompson up against it here, against his young opponent. Needs to win the next few. Eight and a half to play.
And he's managed to get one of each pattern off on the break, so choosing to take solids with the one ball tied up and no real breakout available.
He was completely caught out with Cleave Thompson there. That's what 15 seconds can do to you. It can make you look a little silly sometimes. But anyone who has ever tried to play on a 15-second shot clock will have plenty of sympathy for Cleave Thompson in that situation.
It's a difference maker. And a lovely little flick on the 9 ball there to open it up.
It's okay, I think.
Well, he's definitely got it in the upper corner. It just depends on if he's going to take that shot on or not. And if he does, he's probably going to have to draw back 2 rails. And that's what he tried.
Yeah, just landed a little bit awkward. He played a lovely shot, didn't he, to develop the 2 stripes, including the 9 ball, but just landed hampered on the 6 by the right centre. Just limited what he could do. Maybe this match isn't all over just yet.
Definitely offers some breathing room for Cleave to get back in the match. We'll just have to see how young Mr. Henderson handles his break off in the next rack.
Cleave Thompson stays alive. See the reaction there from Sam Henderson from his miss earlier on. It was a painful one. But anything can happen on 15 seconds of shot. You're never quite safe.
And just judging by the expressions on his face, he looks like he's holding it together pretty well. So
yeah, we'll forgive him a little head shake. He's allowed that. It's 4-3 to the young man. And he's going to make a ball here. And this split is pretty nice. It's really nice.
Yeah, no real trouble either way.
Yeah, he's judged that really well.
And got the perfect table, or the perfect angle to go down table to get on the 15 and the 12.
Yeah, that was a really cute little shot.
He's definitely hit a couple of decent shots.
I mean, that's perfection. Oh, it just kept on rolling, didn't it? Just kept on going. I think he's still fine. Yeah, he's okay. I thought for a second there he was going to end up having to play some kind of combo, but yeah, played it to perfection in the end. It's to go on the hill for Sam Henderson. 2-frame, or 2-rack lead, I should say, at this stage of the match is big.
And a pot on the 8-ball away.
That'll do it.
And Mr. Henderson has made it to the hill.
Great position for the young man. Been really, really impressed. And if you're just joining us here on the Kansas City Shootout Day with Ultimate Pool USA, this is what we've seen so far. Wins for Tyler Styer, Ricky Evans, Jordan Shepard, Gabe Owen, David Matlock and Chris Melling have taken us to this stage. And we are still yet to see the iceberg. Justin Bergman taking on Del Sim.
And I was going to say, perhaps the most anticipated return in pool is Justin Bergman.
Yeah, cannot wait to see him in action. He's after this match. Cleave is itching for a ball here, but he's not going to get one. And the worst thing about this is for him is it's a pretty horrible split. And Sam, if he wants here, can just play with his food a little bit and make this frame really nasty for Cleave. There's definitely an argument for not going here.
Don't want to fault him for it, for sure.
Looks a touch different now, doesn't it? 8-ball's still a problem for him and he knows it.
Yep, no real up table angle to get to the stripes up table.
He's done well to get that far.
If he can manage to get the 10 ball down and fall on the 11 or the 12, he might be able to pull this rack out. Kind of costly scratch.
Yeah, wow, he says. I don't think he can quite believe it. But yeah, that was a tricky layout, and you can see the spring in Cleave's step here because he knows this match is far from done.
If he can get these down in time, and oh no.
Yeah, that's caused just by rushing. It's the only downside when you try and play a little too quick. Can introduce a little bit of carelessness. Sam Henderson still will have to play a shot here. It's not going to be an easy one for this 8-ball. But he's cued that so well, he's ended up fully snookered.
Hit it too well.
He got so much action on that, didn't he? I don't think you can believe how far he's come.
And in habit, he's nominated his pocket.
So Cleave is going to get his step on. I think it probably is just about over because it is the Sam Henderson break next, but we are going to see Cleave Thompson in speed pull mode. He's having some fun out there, but that will ice the game, and Sam Henderson is going to claim a first Ultimate Pool USA Shootout victory and a very, very impressive performance from the young man as he dusts off Cleave Thompson in the last 16 to claim his spot in the quarterfinals. Dustin, thank you so much for your time and your gracious words. Best of luck for the weekend in the open event.
I appreciate it very much, and thanks for having me.
Anytime. All right, we'll get a word with Sam Henderson when we come back in just a few moments. Do stay with us.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Mike Johnson, Carpet Direct, Windows, Floors, and Decor, KC. We're here fitting the carpet for the Kansas City Open here at Side Pockets, Blue Springs. Wish everybody to have a good time and good luck.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back into the arena, everybody, where our latest quarter-finalist now joins us. Sam Henderson, congratulations.
Thank you.
How was your first Ultimate Pool USA Shootout experience overall?
It was great. The crowd was great. The table played great. The only thing I wasn't used to was the shot clock. Oh man, I felt rushed. But
that will do it to you.
Yeah. But other than that, everything was great. I felt pretty comfortable, so I'm happy.
Yeah, and you were tested as well because Cleave came out, started really well, put you under a little bit of pressure straight away. But how pleased were you with how quickly you seemed to settle and get a frame on the board? I think that first frame for you, from the outside at least, looked really big for you.
Yeah, so like when he broke and ran, I was like, well, here we go. But
you're in a game then.
But the second rack he scratched and gave me a wide open table, and that really just gave me confidence when I ran them out. And from there, I just kind of played well and played confidently.
Well, that's what we like to see, and I thought for me what was impressive is you always look to take the attacking option, but in a fairly sensible way at the same time.
Yeah.
Would you say that's how you'd like to be? You like to be aggressive, but also not be too gung-ho?
Yeah. I mean, if there's a very easy defensive shot, I'm gonna take it, but I like to be aggressive, so.
Yeah, and it certainly suited you, but what was impressive for me and Dustin, who were on comms, were, we see a lot of young players who, they play fast, they play sometimes a little bit erratic, but just 17 years of age, and you're playing out here like a 40-year-old. Like, it's a very measured, very sensible game. Is that something that you deliberately work on, or does that always just come natural for you?
I've been working on it since 8 years old, it hasn't been natural, it's just been hard work.
So it's a case of you're naturally reining yourself in, what's the right shot, slow down, take it steady.
Yep. Yeah.
It looks natural. It certainly looks natural. I have to ask you though, 15-second shot clock, first experience of it. You'll have it again later on, I'm sure.
Yeah.
How was it?
The 30 seconds was great. The 15 seconds, not so much. I'm not used to, as soon as I see my shot, it's already beeping. I was like, wow. But have to get used to it pretty quick, I guess.
You certainly will. And I wanted to ask you as well, we're here in Kansas City for the first time with Ultimate Pool USA. The club's beautiful, the hospitality's been nice. You enjoyed your trip so far?
Yeah, everything's been great. As soon as we got here, everybody was super nice. The place is super nice, everything's just been great, Yeah,
we'll set up for a lovely weekend for us. Well, we will see you later on because you've made it the quarterfinal. It's now time to find out who you're going to be playing. So without further ado, we head to our final match of the afternoon session, where a certain Mr. Bergman is making his return. Don't miss it. It's in a couple of minutes.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
All right, folks, welcome on back into the arena where Justin Bergman joins us to become the 8th and final quarter-finalist. And congratulations, Justin, first of all. It was a solid performance. Just nice to be back out there on the big stage, I'd imagine.
Yeah, for sure. First tournament I played in like 2 years, so.
Yeah, and I'm guessing you've missed this a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
It seemed to be, to me, that as soon as you got into the flow of things and you got that first frame on the boards, it just seemed to settle a little bit. The table has been playing quick. We've noticed that as a bit of a theme for today.
Yeah.
But you seem to pick it up quite quickly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's everything. You got to get used to the table, and yeah, I started to after a couple of reps. So.
Have you felt the sort of the love coming back into a big event? I know the atmosphere when I arrived this morning was certainly a lot of people were looking forward to seeing you play. Have you felt the love?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I got a couple fans out there.
Just a couple.
Couple, yeah.
And of course, a win as well, which is always nice against a good player in Delsim. Right. And it takes you on into the tournament. It's a bit of a strange tournament, the shootout, because it's over so quickly. But you've now won one and you're into it. Great match in prospect as well against Sam Henderson coming up later on. Yeah. A player who's just making his way into the game. I know you've been around a long time. Did you see his match earlier on, and what did you make to it?
No, but I've heard about him. I know he plays good, but I didn't really watch it.
Just focusing on your own stuff for today. Yeah, respect that. And how pleased were you with the performance? How much do you still feel like you've got to give on these tables today?
Oh yeah, I mean I got to play better than that. I got to break better.
Yeah. Well, the break seemed to be a big thing for you. Yeah. Switched it around a little bit.
Yeah. If you break good, then the rest is easy. Kind of.
Well, you still made it look easy enough, I think, mate. But plenty of good work out there, Justin. And great to see you back, and we'll see you back this evening as well, which is the best news for us as well. Congratulations. And that will do us for the moment. We'll be back at 6 o'clock as the Ultimate Pool USA Kansas City Shootout returns with the quarter-finals. 4 brilliant matches, of which we will see Justin Bergman in the final one. Congratulations, Justin, and we will see you all back at 6 p.m. Central.